Cheers.
Read this. Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper Parliament now assembled, that all things are the best and surest foundations, and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign, King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the Governor of our islands, the Premier, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition, Ministers of the Cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the Judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace, now and always. Amen.
Amen. This Honourable House is now in session. Please be seated.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
As we have a special honour to bestow today, so I call on the Honourable Premier to start the process.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with your tradition of honouring Caymanians and making Parliament more relevant to Caymanians, and given that you mentioned earlier that when we get to the obituary section, we'll be doing some obituary speeches today. But before we get to the sadder news, and in keeping with honoring those who are here and with us now, I'm happy to update this House that the caucus has agreed to rename Radio Cayman Building the Lockxley Banks Building. Mr. Speaker, let's take advantage of our pioneers while they are with us. And given that we are a team that shares credit, this idea emanated from the Education and Finance Minister. So I yield, Mr. Speaker, to allow the member for West Bay North to say a few words in relation to the historic career of Mr. Lockxley Banks, who's with us in the chamber as a former head of department.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes I marvel at some of what I like to call glaring omissions. Last year at the King's celebration, and honors. I was shocked and thrilled and saddened at the same time. Because when I saw Mr. Lockxley receiving his MBE, I was thrilled because no one deserved it more. I was shocked because he hadn't gotten it earlier. I was absolutely shocked. And then I reflected, because I'm a person who self-internalizes everything. And I was saddened because I sat in these chambers for 12 years and he didn't get it. And I thought to myself, how could someone who had such an impact on not only the civil service, but Caymanian society could have gone this long and not received an MBE? And so I made sure that at the next opportunity, which was caucus, I said to colleagues, the greatest sin is to repeat the errors of the past. And so I said, colleagues, the only way in my mind that I can start to forgive myself for being a part of collective history who didn't see Mr. Lockxley receive his MBE until he was in his 80s, is to name the Radio Cayman building in his honor. He was here from the creation. He can talk about the grant that was given to the Cayman Islands government that helped build us and get us that one thing that we took for granted as children. Because growing up, I just always thought there had to have been a Radio Cayman. Right? Because that's what happens to us as humans. We almost become benign to the great things that we have in our lives. And we just take them for granted. And no, we didn't always have a Radio Cayman. And so the good thing was there was no debate, no nothing. Everybody looked around the room and said, let's do it. Let's do it. It's something that needs to be done. Of course, in going over for an interview, I then said to colleagues a couple of weeks later, but we got to touch that building up. We can't have that building renamed after Mr. Lockxley and not ensure that some repairs are done and make sure that that building is fit. It's fitting for that renaming. And so it gives me just absolute thrill to stand here today, to be a part of making sure that this happens. Now, I know I'm going to use the term Lockie. I know that's going to sound a little disrespectful to some of the older Caymanians because I shouldn't call him that because of our age difference, but it's what he allows me to call him, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me doing so today. And so not only did we form a relationship 25 years ago when I first got elected, then we found out that we shared a love of American football. And he is a proud University of Miami Hurricane. I am a proud Ohio State Buckeye. Needless to say, our relationship had a little bump in January. But the thing that also continues to draw us together is every year, once or twice, he does a special during the sports show. And I was thinking to myself that it ought to be something that Radio Cayman also considers institutionalizing, that we have that show annual. Even after me and him have moved on and passed on from this side of eternity, that show should continue, because I tell you, I always look forward to getting that call, because once I see that call come, I know what that call is. Raleigh? And then I go over, and he usually, Mr. Speaker, today's world is about digital. Up until this year, he said, come on over, I got something for you. And I didn't make it, and I then got into the office, and there was an envelope waiting for me, because he had sent over some college football and NFL preview magazines and left them with my PA. That is how serious he takes it. We've had people like Raul Smith, Donnie Bodden, call in from overseas. This is how serious we take this, folks. Call in from Miami to go live and be part of this show. So the two of us take that show very, very, very serious. The Lock-In Raleigh NFL preview. That sounds good. Thought about that on the fly. But in all seriousness, today marks a day, and as the Premier has said, it is so important when we can to give people their flowers when they're still alive. And for me, this is just my personal tribute, Lockie, to how much I love you, respect you, and think of you as a lifelong friend and someone I've looked up to all my life.
Thank you, Member for West Bay North. Mr. Speaker, to show you the measure of the man, Mr. Lockxley, who we do refer to as Lucky, when sharing the news with him, he also, in that Caymanian spirit of sharing credit, has said there are other Caymanians that should also be recognized. So at his suggestion, and this is brand new this morning, that you had a chance to share with caucus, his suggestion is that we rename the newsroom the Doran Miller, your uncle, who, according to the former head of the department, was instrumental in the newsroom, that we make that news here today. So there will be an official naming. There will be an official naming once all the bells and the whistles and the paint is there, and everybody will be invited to the Lockxley Banks Broadcasting Center for the media. And inside the newsroom, Doran Miller, newsroom. Good day for Cayman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, could I just say a few words, sir? Yes, thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as head of the civil service, I sincerely want to thank the government and all members of this House for this very important gesture of naming Radio Cayman after Mr. Banks. I also note that we have Ms. Norma McField here, our current director, and Ms. Paulette, who we all know has been a legend. I think she's enjoying some retirement now, Ms. Paulette. But I want to also thank these ladies here for all they have done for broadcasting in our islands. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I often tell my team that I judge performance not in times of comfort, but in times of discomfort. And what stands out in my mind, Mr. Speaker, is I grew up listening to Mr. Banks, but what stood out in my mind was his performance, outstanding performance, after Hurricane Ivan, or before and after. The only radio station that was up, he seemed like he lived there for days and weeks, keeping us updated, giving us safety tips, actually inspiring us, Mr. Speaker, to get through all of the havoc that we were experiencing. And I listened to his show and listened to his voice almost every morning driving into work. Mr. Banks, you have done immense service to our country. You have inspired so many Caymanians to get into broadcasting. You have trained so many Caymanians. My grandfather used to tell me about, your days in being a veteran, and I think we don't recognize that enough in terms of him being a veteran. But today is about celebration, and Mr. Banks, as the head of the civil service, on behalf of our Excellency and all of us in the civil service, we sincerely congratulate you. This is well-deserved, and we all look up to you. We all love you. Thank you, sir, for all that you have done. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to rise on behalf of the opposition to offer our congratulations to Mr. Lockxley. Mr. Lockxley, your voice is synonymous with Radio Cayman. I can't imagine Radio Cayman without actually hearing it. And we all remember after Hurricane Ivan, your comforting voice, your support for us during that time. And obviously I have a long history with you from growing up in West Bay as well. And you were married to one of my girlfriends. But yeah, once again, Mr. Lockxley, well deserved, and God bless you, and thank you so much for your service to this country.
For Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be remiss of me if I did not stand and associate myself with all of the wonderful remarks that have been made in relation to Mr. Banks. I don't call him Locky, I call him Locks. But I can do so, I think, because I guess technically he's my brother-in-law. So, Locks, very, very proud of you. And in the same vein that others have all the memories of listening to Radio Cayman, listening to you, learning all sorts of incredible words like, and you probably one of the few I've ever heard using this term, yesteryear. You learn a lot. And it has been such a privilege and an honor to know you and to be a part of the family and to watch the contributions you have made to this country, to your community, just the country as a whole, but your community in West Bay in particular as well. So I know on behalf of my wife and the rest of our family, we're very proud of the contributions you have made and the work you have done, sir. So Locks, proud of you, and job well done. And I'll be happy to see that name on the side of that building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, Mr. Banks, that's what I call him. Keep playing them Jim Reeves, Hank Snow, Hank Williams, Mara Robbins, Willie Nelson songs, and we'll always be friends. And on behalf of the Miller clan, I would also like to thank the Premier and Mr. Banks for recognizing my Uncle Dorian's service at Radio Cayman. Thank you all.
Personal explanations.
None.
Presentation of papers and reports. Immigration transition, grant of the right to be Caymanian. Number 2, Order 2025, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Honorable Minister of Cayman Employment and Immigration.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Immigration Transition Grant of the Right to be Caymanian Number 2, Order 2025.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
I will speak in it when it comes up.
Beneficial Ownership, Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Amendment Regulations 2026, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Honourable Premier and Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table this Honourable House the Beneficial Ownership, Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Amendment Regulations 2026.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Not on the report, but I will speak on the motion later on the order paper.
Okay, thank you.
Health Insurance Amendment Regulations 2026, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability.
Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Health Insurance Amendment Regulations 2026.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak thereto?
Mr. Speaker, I too will speak at the time when we are dealing with the motion. Thank you.
Children and Youth Services, CAYS Foundation, Annual Report for the year ended 31 December 2024, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Innovation.
Honourable Minister of Social Development and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the annual report of the Children and Youth Services CAYS Foundation for the year 2024.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak thereto?
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report highlights the impactful initiatives and the strategic advances made by the organization during that year and the critical support to the children of the Cayman Islands, and that the audited financial statements for the Children and Youth Services Foundation on the 31st of December 2024 comprise of the Statement of Responsibility for the financial statements and the Auditor General's report, the Statement of Financial Position, and that the Auditor General issued an unqualified opinion.
Report on the Cabinet's decision in response to private member's motion number 1 of 2025-2026, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Premier.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House a report on the Cabinet's decision in response to private member's motion number 1 of 2025-26.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Premier wish to speak thereto?
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, only to say that this marks in response to what was mentioned on Friday and pointed out by my good friend, the member for Georgetown Central, that we had intended to deal with this matter within this meeting. It took us a bit of time to analyze how to deal with no-wake zones, but once we saw and came together as a cabinet that we were going to revamp the ports legislation, we thought this was now the neatest way to be able to deal with it and report it to the House at the first meeting in 2026. So I thank the member for Georgetown Central, and this now hopefully serves as a template for the Standing Order 48 motions on national policy issues that can be replicated in the future, because we know we have more in this meeting that will have to be dealt with within the next 6 months. So thank you as we celebrate evolving of democracy and the Parliament. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
None.
Questions to members of the government. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure Question number 79.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question numbers 79, in my name to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Can the Honourable Minister say what is the average cost of construction for the government affordable homes in Northside?
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Housing Development Trust awarded the contract to small contractors through an open procurement process for the construction of the following unit types: the 2-bedroom, 2-bath, $135,000, 3-bedroom, 2-bath for $150,000.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for that answer. Can the Minister confirm if the homes have been coming in within budget?
Honourable Minister of Housing, Planning.
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, I don't have that answer for him directly, but what I can say is that there's going to be some modification, yes, to the numbers that are there, with some changes that may have been happening. And if he's okay with that, I'm happy to put it back in writing to him when I know the full detail of what the changes are.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that would be, I would be grateful for that, and I thank the Minister for clarification.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 80.
Elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 80, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Can the Honourable Minister advise what roadworks projects are planned for implementation within the Red Bay and Prospect constituencies during the current parliamentary term and the anticipated commencement and completion dates for each project? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Roads Authority has identified a number of projects within the Red Bay and Prospect constituency. These include deceleration and acceleration lanes at Selkirk Drive, the speed humps in Selkirk Drive, grade and install the temperate spray and chip surface on the connector road between Bimini and Selkirk Drive, and then the speed humps in Eddie Sanchez Park.
Honourable Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for that answer. And I also thank him for, these are some projects that I've been pursuing for some time, and I had confirmation that they were starting. What I'm not seeing, though, I don't think, is any mention of any other roadworks, for instance, the improvements for Prospect Drive and so on. Is there any anything else other than this that's being planned?
Honourable Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, through you, one of the major road works that will actually be done is the connection, finishing the Grand Harbour connection, and that road connecting up to, I think, between Bimini and Selkirk. And then we've actually just, the government has just did some land purchases to connect from Selkirk going forward to what would be, I would say, the closest point is up behind the Popeyes up there in Red Bay, to put in that connector road to allow the traffic flow from Prospect, Selkirk, and Marina Drive to be able to take this this alternate road instead of having to come out into the main road. All of these are being played. We are being, in the makings, not played with, sorry, in the makings. Thank you, sir. And looking forward to having some of this excel in this budget cycle here. So hopefully that answers the question for you, sir, which is one of the major infrastructure costs to what's going to be happening in Prospect, including the new transitioning of the Grand Harbor roundabout, which we will be releasing very shortly too.
Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And again, I thank the Minister. There is certainly a lot of works being done, especially on the major road artery. What I'm seeking, though, is confirmation from you. I did hear from the NRA that they were going to be looking at costing to do a proper hot mix, if that's the right term, around Prospect Drive. I'm hoping up to Holly. Those roads were never ever done. They've been in a pretty bad shape for some time. Holly, Mr. Speaker, if I could mention quickly, when I met with NRA, that was not on their list of roads that they had even looked at as being graded for some time. So they're in bad need of some proper road structure there.
Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the member for Red Bay for the answer. Mr. Speaker, just Thursday, I got some numbers for what the Selkirk Drive and the other roads that you were just asking about from the NRA team. And what I will be able to say is that those roads weren't budgeted in this cycle here, but what I would tell you, sir, is make sure that your team very supports me for some sufficient funding that will be needed for those, because they're coming in at an alarming high number that I didn't think they were going to be coming in at. But I'm happy to share that offline with you later on, the exact number costs of what those roads are going to look at.
I'll just, Mr. Speaker,
last supplementary.
Yep, I'll just end with this. I thank the Minister again, and I will certainly be supporting that. The roads I'm discussing have never been properly prepared.
Okay, you made that point already. We got to move things along.
Yeah, fair enough, sir. Thank you.
The elected member for Bodden Town East to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 81.
Member for Bodden Town East. Just before you ask the question, I'm going to confine the supplementaries today to 3 because we need to move the program along, because we need to adjourn by 4:30 for the historic event that's going to take place at 5 o'clock this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. And I noticed that you pointed that at me. Thank you very much for the reminder. Mr. Speaker, question number 81, standing in my name, can the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure advise the start date of the East-West Arterial Road, and where does the first phase end? Thank you.
Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, the response to the East-West Arterial Road remains a priority infrastructure project aiming at improving the connectivity and the traffic flow and the long-term resilience between the central and eastern districts. I have been reliably informed by the NRA that the survey works will begin in April of this year, and the pre-notifications to landowners has been completed, and the final gazette will be presented to Cabinet shortly, with anticipation of the work beginning in September.
Honourable Member from Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for that update. I just want to ask the Honourable Minister if the road in its first phase has been budgeted.
Minister for Planning.
Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that the road, there is money in the budget to carry us for what we think is the first part of the most crucial part of the road, which is to get us at least to Lookout, I would say close to Lookout Gardens, and we within the 2-year cycle. And the Minister of Finance has also told us that there's money in the infrastructure account that we will be able to access to also for the building of this road. So right now, I would say there is money in this budget to be able to get us to the points that we need to get to. And then we'll look at the next budget coming on to move on where we need to go. The hardest part right now is just getting going. Once I get going, my good friend to the left has guaranteed me, and the Premier has guaranteed that they will find the money to be able to deliver the East-West Road.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I reminded that this is my third one, and I'm so happy with the Minister's answer, and I'm happy also that the Finance Minister has agreed. What got me concerned when I saw the FS shuffle, as he said money was available, and I said, but I just want to remind the Minister, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very important project for many persons, and about 10 years now I've been asking for this, and persons lose 100 hours a year sitting in traffic. That's about $10,000, and it's very, very important. And that's only at minimum wage, the calculation. So I thank the Honourable Minister for all the work he's been doing on this. I know he wants to get this finished. Sadly, Lookout is in my area. Thank you. And not North Side.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, question number 82.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 82, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development. Can the Honourable Minister state whether Seneca's caregiver allowance rates have been adjusted to reflect the new statutory minimum wage? And if not, when will the government bring those allowances into compliance with the minimum wage law?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the answer. It is clear that in drafting of the question that there is an assumption that the home health care allowances were initially established by reference to the statutory minimum wage. That assumption is not valid, and there is no linkage to the statutory minimum wage. Accordingly, the allowances have not been increased following the recent minimum wage adjustment. The home health care benefit is administered by Seneca as a fixed, capped allowance under the benefits schedule that was established by the government. The home health care expenditure for 2025 was approximately $11.4 million, compared to $9.6 million in 2024. Seneca has indicated, based on current projections, adjusting the home health care allowance rates to reflect the current minimum wage could increase costs by as much as $9 million per year, depending on utilization and claim trends. Any such increase in the home health care allowance would require further assessment and costing to determine its affordability, and it is likely that supplementary expenditure funding would be required. A paper will be submitted to Cabinet this month, which will seek a decision as to whether the home health care allowance levels are to be increased. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Reid B.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for that. I read what was said here with regards to assumption, but the issue, I raised the issue, Mr. Speaker, back in mid-January, and I understood from the Minister that that the matter was being, well, it says we're working through this. So I won't ask another question. My colleague wants to ask a question, but I will stop there, sir.
If you don't have a question. Member for Central Georgetown and Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Can the Honourable Minister say, I heard the Honourable Minister say the years and the amounts. Can he say what they projected? Is there any projections or future trends that we can have as an indication of the need in this area?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's an excellent question. Mr. Speaker, right now, the increase is roughly 20% year on year. So the $9 million expenditure increase this year that would be expected should we increase the allowance to match the statutory minimum wage, which, by the way, would mean the allowance would go up to approximately $1,700 as a capped amount per month versus $1,200, would then mean that at the end of this year, we would pitch at around 20 million. By the end of year 2, it would be approximately 24 million, which would be 2027. And by the end of 2028, it would be approximately $29 million.
Member for Georgetown Central, Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, what I heard from the Minister just now sounds a bit chaotic and somewhat crisis-like. Is there any intentions to address this by the government, and can you give any details on how you're going to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I've discussed with the Premier is that after discussion we had in caucus on Tuesday, what is clear to me is that the way you've described it is, at a minimum, chaotic. It's a crisis. It's an absolute crisis. This is a Pandora's box that got opened. There are no belts and braces around this program. There's no means testing. We now have families who are applying for 24-hour care. And remember, this was initially started as home health care because we don't have a rehab facility in Cayman. So you can't have surgery, go like you normally would into rehabilitation center for 2 months or whatever, then go home. And so it was to be home health care. What this has turned into is assisted living. This is now assisted living for elderly. And so Cineco is put in this very awkward position where people get approved, but when Cineco looks at it, there's no health element. It's not a home health care issue at that point. It's an assisted living. So there's two pieces to this. And so I'm proposing that we put together a very small working group to work with me. So I want at least 1 or 2 members from the opposition, 1 or 2 members from this side. We need to think this through and come up with what this needs to look like, and this can't be a political issue. We're talking about our elderly. We're talking about how we're going to care for an elderly. This can't be a back and forth and us trying to one-up one another. We need to come up with a sensible program. Are we going to have things like an income check so that we ensure that it's going to those who absolutely need it and can't afford it? And what does it need to look like? Because these numbers are real and they're staggering. This will be the next NGS 55 if we don't arrest this situation now.
Leader of the Opposition. Last supplementary. Oh, okay. Last two questions. Okay.
I'll tell you what, in the interest of time, I will speak to the Honourable Minister during the break.
Okay, thank you. Member for Borden Down West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just looking at Cineco's last annual report for 2024, I noticed that the insurance revenue went up 9.5 million, insurance expenses went up 16.5 million, and operating expenses actually went down by about 700,000. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister, the question I want to ask is this service that Cineco is providing, should it be part of Cineco's insurance product from a regulatory compliance stand? Because I think that's really where the issue is. This was not meant to be part of a service for Cineco, and I think it's actually affecting their regulatory compliance. And the civil servants now are the ones who are getting the increased fees to pay for this. So, Minister, I would definitely like to work with you on this committee for us to address this issue.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member is quite right. A part of this has to be ensuring we parse out what is health and health related and should be funded, in my opinion, through the health ministry, and what is social development and social related and should be administered and funded through the ministry responsible for social development. Cineco is stuck in this awkward position. It's a no man's land that Cineco is stuck in. And so we do need to ensure that we not only look at how the program is administered, but also how we fund it and how we allocate the responsibility. But we cannot get out of one other issue, which is this country desperately needs a proper rehab facility, and we need additional assisted living facilities. But families are put in a very, very awkward position. My own family, we were lucky. I had a sister who had adult children who moved in with my dad for the last 6 years. Not every family can do that in this day and age. So we were lucky that that's how we worked around our elder care issue. We need assisted living facilities. And so I say to the private sector, if there's an opportunity out there, that's one. Please look at it because we need this. We need to ensure, and government doesn't need to provision everything. Pines, for example, is not a government-owned facility. Government simply funds it. Those are two ideal opportunities that I would look forward to, and I know the government would love to see someone step up to the plate and participate with.
Next question.
The elected member for Borden Town East to ask the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 83.
Member for Borden Town East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Question number 83, and standing in my name, can the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, please say when will an Artificial Intelligence Act be put in place to ensure the health, safety, and fundamental rights of every Caymanian citizen is safeguarded?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank the honourable member for this crucial question. In short, based on the following, I hereby set forth an earnest and determined aim to have a draft artificial intelligence legislative framework for consideration by Q2 2027. By way of background, artificial intelligence, AI, is developing at a phenomenal pace. Mr. Speaker, we must therefore act in a way that both safeguards the health, safety, and fundamental rights of Caymanians and enable responsible innovation that improves public services and strengthens our economy. Mr. Speaker, work is already underway. Government has appointed the National Digital Transformation Task Force to provide expert advice and coordinated leadership on the opportunities and the challenges as we approach digital transformation in the country, including the responsible use of AI across government and the wider economy. The task force is under the joint remit of my office and the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation, and it is comprised of Christina Spratt as chair, along with Jeff Goodard, Caitlin Ethelstone, Jason Neera, Dr. Alexandra Forcell, Lucy Frew, Tamsin DCA, Lucia Gallardo, and James McPhee. The task force is expected to submit its report of AI policy recommendations by the end of May of this year, being 2026, and that report will be central to informing the decisions we have to take on suitable AI governance approach and legal framework for our islands. In the meantime, we are not standing still. A great deal of effective AI governance can and is being put in place immediately through policy, standards, and regulatory guidance under existing legislation and regulations. As of this month, March 2026, the Cayman Islands Civil Service has formally developed its first AI policy version 1.0. This policy is in its final stages of sign-off with the Office of the Deputy Governor, with the aim to be deployed across the breadth of CIG. This policy establishes mandatory governance, risk management, transparency, accountability, and oversight requirements across the entire civil service. There are also specific efforts being made on the use of AI in areas of education and health, with teams doing deep dives into how AI applies to these subject areas. Under the AI policy framework, AI systems cannot be procured, piloted, or deployed without coordinated review for cybersecurity, legal compliance, data protection, risk assessment, and architectural alignment. The policy expressly prohibits unauthorized deployment, the misuse of sensitive data, unlawful or harmful use of AI, and the use of high-risk applications without proper approvals. Enforcement mechanisms are being built in. Importantly, AI within the civil service is already subject to existing Cayman Islands legislation, including the Data Protection Act 2021 revision, the Freedom of Information Act 2021 revision, and the Procurement Act 2023 revision. It is also subject to the government's risk management framework, and AI does not operate outside these parameters, it operates within it. Mr. Speaker, there are, however, pivotal issues and decisions to be made, and it is prudent that we make them carefully and in full collaboration with the opposition. These include whether the Cayman Islands should pursue targeted amendments to existing acts, such as data protection or sector-specific legislation, or whether a comprehensive overarching AI Act is preferable. We must determine how we will classify and manage AI systems by risk type, how we will ensure accountability and auditability, how we will strengthen privacy, cyber resilience, and data governance, and how regulators, including in financial services, will be coordinated so standards are clear and enforceable. In healthcare, for instance, where AI-enabled systems may influence clinical decisions and touch the most sensitive personal data, the Ministry of Health, Environment, and Sustainability is already developing legislative proposals to ensure safety, equity, informed consent, and accountability care in the use of AI and advanced technologies. That work is at an early stage, and we will need careful design to be effective in practice. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, it would be premature to give this House a guaranteed commencement date for AI legislation. Once we receive the task force recommendations, complete consultation, and settle key policy choices, any guaranteed date would risk being either unrealistic or not aligned with the best protections for the country. That said, we must work purposefully towards an express target timeframe so our minds remain focused and driven. Because, Mr. Speaker, this matter will not wait on us. Instead, AI will continue to impact us and the rest of the world. I therefore give this House an undertaking that the NCFC government will keep members updated as the task force reports, as consultation proceeds, and as the legislative and administrative pathways finalize. In fact, I extend an invitation to the member for Bordentown East that should he wish to be in attendance when the task force presents its report of AI policy recommendations by the end of May of this year, 2026, I would be delighted if he would join that presentation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Georgetown Central, Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Honourable Premier for that extensive answer, but just to send a request that the official opposition be invited to that presentation as well. Thank you.
That's in the answer, man. That's in the answer.
Mr. Speaker, I anticipated that question. I knew that I would do the bait out there and get a bite. The answer is yes, member for Georgetown Central.
Member for Georgetown East.
Bordentown East.
Sorry, my apology.
Yeah, and Premier, thank you. That was conch bait. Was that conch bait? I want to thank you so much for that comprehensive answer. And most definitely, with AI, you know, we have to embrace it. Otherwise, we'll get left behind. The loss of human control over this super intelligent system can lead to irreversible harm. So I thank you very much, and I look forward to working with your team. Thank you.
Next question.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability, question number 84.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 84 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Can the Honourable Minister provide an update on the government's plans to address the beach erosion on the southern end of 7 Mile Beach?
Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer: beach erosion at the southern end of 7 Mile Beach is a national concern. It affects public access and enjoyment of the shoreline, and it has wider implications for our tourism product, our natural environment, the livelihoods that depend on them, and the quality of life for Caymanians and residents who enjoy the natural shoreline and beach setting. The most advanced interventions designed to address the beach erosion on the southern end of 7 Mile Beach are being led by responsible and innovative private sector stakeholders, supported and facilitated by government through our established regulatory and technical review processes. One proposal that is already in the public domain is the Marriott Grand Cayman's Renourishment Initiative, which includes the installment of 2 shallow groins and the placement of sand to rebuild the beach profile. After years of research and months of planning, this initiative has progressed to the stage where a coastal works license application has now been filed and approved. A second private sector proposal is also progressing. However, as no formal coastal works application has yet been submitted to the government, it would be premature and inappropriate to disclose details to this Honourable House. In both cases, the proponents have retained qualified coastal engineering expertise and have shared design options with government for early technical engagement. Our role is to ensure that any solution is evidence-based, environmentally responsible, and compliant with the coastal works permitting regime, including appropriate consideration of coastal processes, marine impacts, and the public interest. Government has provided feedback on the preliminary options and stands ready to process a formal application as soon as it is received. Mr. Speaker, the government's approach to addressing beach erosion is to work in partnership with responsible private sector stakeholders to address this national issue. One such example is the initiative being led by the ownership and management of the Marriott Grand Cayman, where government's role is to support well-designed and properly permitted renourishment efforts while ensuring that outcomes are sustainable and in the best interest of the Cayman Islands.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for that comprehensive answer. Can the Honourable Minister say whether the government is considering or has considered implementing a beach renourishment tax on the room nights and perhaps per a cruise ship passenger, and develop a fund? Because I'm sure the Minister is aware that with the recent storms, the northern end of 7 Mile Beach is suffering from major erosion right now. Other aspects, other parts of the island, there was a tourism accommodation in Barcus that lost the beach there. The horses I remember the big issue was the horses used to ride by when folks were out sun tanning. Now not even the horses ride by because there is no beach. This is an issue that we are going to continue to face, even on undeveloped, the north side public beach. It happens in the Sister Islands and Cayman Brac right now. The sand over by the, what's that Mo's place called again? Carib sand is moving up and down. In fact, I think the channel is being blocked there. So this is not just happening on the northern end of 7 Mile Beach, it's happening around all 3 islands, and I think the government needs to start thinking for the future, because even the Marriott, even if, and I say if, this private sector initiative is successful in dealing with the northern end of 7 Mile Beach, in 5, 8, 10 years, they're going to have to do it again.
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I can answer the member by saying yes, the government is in discussions in relation to looking at funding streams for long-term maintenance of the beach renourishment. We all agree that this is going to be something that we will, even after replenishing the beach, in this situation, we're going to have to plan for the future, because it will happen again, as we see with climate change and as there's construction continuing to take place. We will need to plan and prepare to have mechanisms in place for the maintenance of the beach. So we are talking about looking at the different types of tax, whether it's on a hotel, the stay overnight, or if it's on the departure tax. We've been talking about the different areas, and we are going to come to a final position on that in short order. Thank you.
Member for Cayman Brac East.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Minister if she and the government would give an undertaking to look at the beach property just west of La Esperanza in the Watching Place area, which is one of the lowest areas, and oftentimes the sea traverses it and cuts off the road, but besides that, the property owners, if you have a look at the land register, more than 50% have been eroded over the years, and obviously there's sea rising, and it's magnificent to see, and also concerning how fast the sea has risen in that particular area.
Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I can give an undertaking to the member that that will be looked into. And one of the things that we always have been saying on the government bench is that we are not here to just represent Grand Cayman, but also Cayman Bracken, Little Cayman, who often feel like we don't look out for them enough. So we want to make sure to do just that and thank the member who we know has done a great job at advocating for her people always. Thank you.
Member for Georgetown Central and Deputy of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister say whether the government has taken a policy position in respect to assisting in the beach renourishment on 7 Mile Beach by way of contribution or a decision to not contribute financially? And when she says that they're finding a funding solution for tax, and she says coming soon, I think she said, or soon to come, can you get a more accurate timeline of when we're going to find out about that fee structure to help with this problem? Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask the member to repeat the first part of his question, please?
Thank you. Member for Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asking the minister, can she confirm the government's policy position on whether or not the government intends to help in the solution on the 7 Mile Beach renourishment by way of helping with the funding of the beach renourishment, or is their policy that they will not contribute financially?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the first part of the question, what the government has been, we've already done, is our way of participating with this, as I guess you could look at it as so almost like a private part, Triple P, is that the private landowners have done their part by arranging for the engineers to prepare a design, and they found their way to procure the sand, and the government's way of contributing is by way of I was trying to remember the name of the fee, the coastal work fees. We've waived those fees, sorry? And royalties. Well, it's quite hefty fee. So that's our way of contributing in that regard, and that's what we will do with the second program that is in the works right now. And just to go a little bit further by saying that when we look at the project that is being done right now by the Marriott, coupled with the project that is being put together by the group of private landowners or stakeholders, it will be quite a large amount of money in amounts of millions of dollars as it relates to the rebate or fees that they would be getting back as a waiver. To the answer of your second question, we will have something put together by the end of Q2.
Member for Bordentown East.
Mr. Speaker, as I've noticed, question number 84 and 85 is quite similar, and the minister, in her eloquent answer, has arrested most of my answers already, of my questions. And so I'll just ask my question on this and rescind number 85, if I can.
You want to ask a supplementary here now, and then you intend to withdraw question number 85?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister again for her answer, and I just want to ask, has the Honourable Minister set any policy to put screens at the end of the drop-off to catch sand and store it, since it is said that it goes to the drop-off area and disappears for good?
Mr. Speaker, I can answer the member by saying we have not set a policy on that. We have received presentations that display that there is a lot of sand being lost, and it's going, I don't think a lot of it has gone to the drop-off as yet. A lot of it is around the Kittiwake, but we've looked at that mechanism of, I think they refer to it as pumping the sand and pump and dump, pumping the sand and then dumping it on the beach. But as it relates to a policy, we have not explored that option at this stage.
Mr. Speaker, just to ask, is this something that the government is interested in making happen?
This is one of the options that we are looking at this stage, but we haven't made a decision as it relates to taking that approach right now.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the time, so I'm happy to take this answer in writing if the member can't answer it right off the top. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware of any policy available to the government to reclaim sand after severe weather that was not previously at a parcel of land? I say that based with the background of knowing that there's some areas that got a lot of sand that was not their sand, so to speak, during a particular weather event that could be used for solutions like this. But I don't know where the legality and regulatory framework that guides us, if there is one. If there isn't, does the government plan to create one? And I'm happy to take the answer in writing at a later time if the Minister can't answer it at the top.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the member, it's a good question. We certainly see with weather patterns that does happen is something that the government will look into. To my knowledge, I don't think that there is an existing policy.
Honourable Premier, out of an abundance of caution, would I ask you to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 36.3 to allow the last question to be asked?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Belts and braces. I ask that I move the suspension of 36.3 to allow questions to exceed an hour so we can dispose of the final questions.
The question is that Standing Order 36.3 be suspended in order to complete the questions on the order paper. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against say no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 36.3 is hereby suspended. Question number 85.
The elected member for Boddentown East to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Question number 85.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to withdraw this question.
Thank you. Next question.
The elected member for Boddentown East to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Question number 86.
Member for Boddentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 86, standing in my name. Can the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability say when will the Sargassum plan be unveiled to the public and will staff be employed?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, the government does not yet have a formally approved National Sargassum Management Plan in place. However, for several years, a number of government departments have been working together to manage periodic sargassum influxes and to provide guidance to private landowners regarding the removal of accumulated material from their properties. What currently exists, Mr. Speaker, are response protocols. However, what we need is a proactive approach. These existing protocols focus on coordination and management once the sargassum reaches the shoreline, including advising property owners on appropriate handling and removal. As a result, the protocol does not presently address management of sargassum offshore before it lands on our shores. Mr. Speaker, the direction I wish to see moving forward is a more comprehensive and proactive strategy. Addressing sargassum only after it reaches the shore can create secondary impacts. Mechanical or improper removal can disturb beach profiles and interfere with marine life, including turtle nesting activity. Additionally, Sargassum contains heavy metals that, when collected and piled in one area, can leach into the soil, water table, or marine environment. This creates a serious public and environmental risk, and at present we do not have adequate storage facilities to safely process or dispose of large or extreme influxes of sargassum. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, prevention and early intervention measures must form part of the broader national response. Accordingly, we are examining options that include management approaches before the sargassum reaches the shoreline. With respect to staffing, the current protocols are structured around coordination of existing government entities and resources.
Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the sargassum releases harmful hydrogen sulfide gas, and exposure to high concentrations of hydrogen sulfide can cause collapse, respiratory paralysis, convulsions, coma, cardiac arrhythmias, and death within minutes. Mr. Speaker, knowing what we know about that, is the government willing, the Honourable Speaker willing to get berms or booms to put around the sensitive areas of the island, especially the south side that is so badly affected, especially in Bordentown?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the member might recall that the last time that I came, we spoke about this, and I did say that I shared the view that he has as it relates to preventing the sargassum from reaching the source. One of those options would require some mechanism that would have booms. We haven't gotten to a stage of me presenting to the members of caucus what the management process would look like if we are going to prevent, but that is something that I will be bringing to caucus in short order.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask the minister if they would put this as a top priority. Just by way of background, as a former minister, on average, the Caribbean loses over $100 million in tourism revenue. And whenever there's serious sargassum events, tourism is expected to drop from 20 to 35% as a result of news coverage on sargassum. So it would definitely hurt the bottom line from a tourism perspective, while the CTO, which I know the Honourable Minister would be fully aware, has strategies that can be offered to the government that is already done for you, that you can implement and consider, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I'm certain that with our partnership with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, it's a matter of an email from the Honourable Minister of Tourism, and then that report could be presented as an option. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I can say to the member that the government sees this as something that we need to focus on. My colleague, the Minister for Tourism, and our Honourable Deputy Premier has been in frequent conversations with me about not only beach renourishment, but certainly wanting to ensure that we don't have an issue with sargassum, because having challenges with our beach eroding coupled with sargassum puts us in a tight spot when we're trying to attract our visitors here. So we are certainly looking at this very.
That brings us to the end of question time, but before I leave it, I want to respectfully draw members' attention to, in particular, Standing Order 36, and even more particular, 36.7, when it comes to question time. Thank you very much. Next item of business.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received notices for unapproved 14 statements to be given this morning. And I'll start with the Deputy Governor, who has 2.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as Deputy Governor and Head of the Civil Service, honored beyond measure to lead what I believe is a dedicated, engaged, and high-performing civil service. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the results of our recent civil service staff engagement survey and how it has been translating into meaningful results for the government and our people. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, we have witnessed a remarkable transformation in staff engagement. Not incremental improvement, but sustained, measurable progress. Our response rate for the staff engagement survey has increased from 61% in 2017 to 81% in 2025, a powerful indicator of trust in the process and confidence that voices matter. Our engagement index has risen from 67% to 74%, and Mr. Speaker, we should all be very pleased that 90% of our civil servants say they are proud to be a civil servant. 90%. Engagement is not a vanity matrix, Mr. Speaker. It is not an internal human resources statistic. Engagement translates into performance, and performance translates into results for our people. We are seeing that clearly across our islands. But, Mr. Speaker, are we truly delivering results? Let us examine 2 of the most critical areas affecting our people: crime and education. Over the past decade, our population has grown by more than 50%, from 58,000 in 2014 to 88,000 in 2024. Yet during that same period, Mr. Speaker, burglaries, some 777 in 2014, have fallen by 73%. Juvenile convictions, Mr. Speaker, 40 in 2014, has fallen by more than 60%. On a per capita basis, residents today are significantly safer than they were 10 years ago. If crime, and in particular burglaries, has simply grown in line with population, we would have expected nearly 1,180 burglaries and 61 juvenile convictions in 2024. Instead, there were 209 burglaries, Mr. Speaker, and 15 juvenile convictions. Mr. Speaker, that is not only a powerful measure of improved public safety, it is an incredibly positive story for our young people. Fewer juveniles entering the justice system means more young lives staying on the right path, more families spared hardship, and more opportunities for education, employment, and productive citizenship. It reflects early intervention, strong community partnership, and a justice system focused not only on enforcement, but on prevention and support. Mr. Speaker, this is not a coincidence. Leadership, accountability, and engaged civil servants delivers results. Within the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, the Community Policing Unit, the Firearms Unit, and the Crime Task Force are all members of our prestigious 80% Club, the highest performing engagement cohort across government. The Crime Task Force, Mr. Speaker, who are tasked with going after our most dangerous criminals, achieved an exceptional engagement score of 89%, one of the highest in the entire civil service. Mr. Speaker, these statistics provide clear evidence that high engagement is translating directly into public safety outcomes. The brave men and women of that unit and across the RCIPS put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous suspects and protect our communities. We are grateful for their selfless service. High engagement in high-risk environments speaks volumes about culture, trust, and mission clarity. I wish to commend Commissioner Walton and his entire team for their efforts to reduce and prevent crime. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner would be the first to say that reducing crime is not achieved by the RCIPS alone. I wish to pay tribute to our teachers and counselors, the Department of Children and Family Services, Her Majesty Northwood Prison, the courts, the Department of Community Rehabilitation, the Conditional Release Board, and our partners in the private sector, including our halfway homes, who have all worked together to achieve these results. Together, we are stronger. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about breaking down silos and working together, and this is a perfect example of that. Mr. Speaker, I will now shift my focus from public safety to education, and I'm very pleased to see the Chief Officer for Education who is here with us this morning. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, not a single one of our government schools was rated good. Today, 50% of all government schools are rated good by independent assessors. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, we will not be satisfied by that, and we will continue to work hard until all our schools are rated either good or excellent. But Mr. Speaker, we can be pleased of the progress that is being made. I wish to commend the former acting CEO, Ms. Monteith, Chief Officer, Mr. Tanya Cacho, and her amazing team, the Director of Educational Services, Mr. Mark Ray, and the entire Minister of Education team for their outstanding results. Successive governments have invested heavily in education, and we are seeing the results. I thank all of you, sincerely. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight ministry excellence. At the team level, the core Minister of Tourism and Ports achieved the highest engagement score across the civil service, an outstanding 91%. Yay. At the Ministry and Portfolio level, the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, along with the portfolio of the civil service, both achieved engagement scores of 82%. That is across the entire ministry and portfolio, which was the highest score recorded at this level. The level of engagement reflects clarity of purpose, strong leadership, and a culture of excellence. Mr. Speaker, our progress is not accidental. Our focus on improving training and development and accountability has realized significant dividends. Our engagement shows that access to learning and development increased from 50% to 75%. Confidence in career development opportunities rose from 44% to 72%. Regular feedback on performance increased from 54% to 71%. And 73% of our staff now say that their performance is evaluated fairly, up from 56%. Mr. Speaker, we have built stronger systems, clearer expectations, and a culture of feedback. Engagement is not about comfort, it is about accountability, clarity, and pride in service. Mr. Speaker, how does our civil service engagement survey compare internationally? Let's have a look at the UK civil service. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 UK Civil Service People Survey United Kingdom overall engagement index stands at 65%. By comparison, our civil service engagement index stands at 74%. Their highest major department is at 71%. Our highest major department is 91%. We are not simply keeping pace with international standards, we are outperforming them, and it is most important to remember that our civil service is broader in composition. In the Cayman Islands, our civil service includes not only core government services, but also our police service and our public education professionals. This means our 74 engagement index score reflects commitment across frontline enforcement and our classrooms. That diversity makes 74% engagement rate not just strong, but exceptional by international standards. And Mr. Speaker, let us not forget that 90% of our civil servants are proud to serve. That is a world-class achievement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you have heard today, the civil service is deeply engaged, it is highly accountable, it is professional, and is delivering measurable results. Staff engagement is not a slogan, it is a strategy and a discipline, and is producing real results for the people of these islands. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to reiterate how profoundly proud I am to lead an outstanding civil service, and I sincerely thank the thousands of dedicated civil servants whose daily work is building a safer, stronger, and more successful Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And Mr. Speaker, my last statement is about the retirement age and persons working beyond the retirement age, and also dealing with our pension. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement this morning to promote greater understanding about civil service laws, policies, and practices governing the flexibility that exists for persons approaching the normal retirement age and the careful planning that goes into preparing for their eventual retirement. First, I would like to thank all members of this Honourable House, and in particular, the Honourable Member for Bordentown West, for their constructive engagement on an issue that matters deeply to our civil service and the country we serve. We know that our people are enjoying longer lives, and many have the desire to extend their working careers. Where such a desire exists, it is widely supported. Let me be clear. Where a civil servant remains in good health, continues to perform strongly, holds skills that are in demand, and where their continued service does not hinder the progression of another Caymanian, our existing framework already allows them to continue working beyond the age of 65, if they so choose. This is not a theory, Mr. Speaker. Persons age 60 and above represent almost 11% of our workforce as of the 31st of December 2025, including 3% of our workforce who are age 65 and over. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, under existing provisions within the Public Service Management Act and personnel regulations, during 2024 and 2025, nearly three-quarters of civil servants who reached age 65, i.e. 93 out of 129, 93 out of 129 were re-engaged to continue their service. This solid outcome reflects thoughtful, responsible decision-making by our chief officers and heads of departments, and confirms that the current system is both flexible and fair. I'm also aware that there may be a minority of cases where persons who are desirous of working longer but did not receive an extension beyond age 65. Mr. Speaker, as Deputy Governor, I reform my commitment to supporting continued employment up to age 67 where the criteria I just outlined is met. I will continue to guide chief officers and heads of department to ensure decisions are evidence-based, consistent, and aligned with organizational needs. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, workforce data projects manageable numbers of civil servants reaching the normal retirement age over the next 2 years. Even if all eligible officers work for an additional 2 years, up to age 67, this will represent a growing but still relatively small portion of the workforce, while contributing invaluable experience, stability, and institutional knowledge. Mr. Speaker, this is about balance. We must honor and retain experience while also creating opportunities for the next generation. Government is actively investing in succession planning, graduate and internship pathways, second chances employment initiatives, and modernizing the civil service to meet the future with confidence. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, officers who continue to work beyond 65, which is the majority of persons reaching this milestone, are able to commence drawing from their pension plan even as they return on new contractual terms, providing them with additional financial security as they prepare for the next chapter of their life. This approach also gives civil servants additional time to find a Caymanian successor to fill the role when it is ultimately vacated. Mr. Speaker, as an employer of choice, the civil service takes its responsibility seriously to prepare our workforce for their eventual retirement. The differences in the public service pension plan when compared to other private sector pension plans are not marginal but pronounced. The public service pension plan is among the most competitive elements of the public service compensation framework and one of its most distinctive value propositions. These arrangements are largely shared across the wider public service, including most of our statutory authorities and government-owned companies. Mr. Speaker, people often hear that public servants have different pensions, but what matters is why. They are different and what they are designed to do. Public service pensions are built around one simple goal, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that people who spend their working lives serving their country can retire with dignity, stability, and peace of mind. And Mr. Speaker, we should make no apologies about that. Public servants typically give decades of service. In return, they accept modest and steady pay increases over time rather than the higher active service earnings that may be available elsewhere. The pension is therefore pay deferred and not an extra reward at the end. It is part of the overall promise made at the start. Work diligently, remain politically neutral, serve the public interest, and plan responsibility for the future. Public sector pension plans require higher contributions than most pension plans. In the public sector, contributions are made at 12% of pay, compared to 10% in many private sector plans. These contributions are also made on full salary without a cap. So retirement income more closely reflects what people actually earned while working. Even during the difficult economic times, Mr. Speaker, pension contributions were never suspended. When civil service salaries were reduced for many years during the prolonged recession, public servants increased their pension contributions to ensure the total value going into their pensions did not fall. That decision reflected a strong culture of discipline and long-term planning. Mr. Speaker, public service pensions are designed to provide a reliable replacement income for life in retirement. Retirees receive an annual annuity which guarantees a fixed monthly income for as long as they live, or the life of their surviving spouse. Pensioners can take up to 25% of their pension as a cash payment at retirement, helping them to clear debts or manage major life transitions. After retirement, pensions are protected against inflation, meaning payments will increase over time to help retirees cope with the rising cost of living. This protection is especially important, Mr. Speaker, for people living on a fixed income. Mr. Speaker, the system recognizes that not everyone retires under the same circumstances. Successive governments have also supported long-serving employees by offering a top-up guarantee for those who can contribute for at least 10 years. This ensures minimum retirement income paid by government, not the pension fund, while encouraging strong investment performance to grow each individual's pension account, thereby reducing the likelihood on relying on the government to top up pensions. Mr. Speaker, these pension features are possible because the funds are carefully managed and invested by the outstanding team over at the Public Service Pension Board. I want to pause and give a big credit to Ms. Jewel Evans, Lindsay, and her team. They do an absolutely amazing job managing our pension fund, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Pension assets are not meant for short-term use. They are invested to grow over time so they can support today's workers when they become tomorrow's retirees. Over time, the Public Service Pension Fund has demonstrated comparatively strong performance relative to many private sector pension arrangements, benefiting from its scale, diversified investment strategy, and long-term management framework. When viewed as a whole, the public service pension is not a privilege, it's a protection. It reflects the reality that most public servants are Caymanian, and that public service requires personal restraint and long-term commitment. In simple terms, Mr. Speaker, public servants plan carefully while they work and remain disciplined about saving and investing so they can prepare for their retirement. That is the purpose of the public service pension system. Mr. Speaker, again, I close by thanking all members of this House. Again, big thanks to the member for Bordentown West, who has taken a very keen interest in this area and helps us champion our pension system and the terms and conditions for civil servants. The Premier and his government and all members of the opposition for their collaboration. Together, we have formed a civil service that is fair, sustainable, disciplined, and compassionate, one that values those who have served with distinction and creates clear talent pathways for those who will serve next. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a standing order, section 29.4, I think it is. Just first of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by actually thanking you. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, I remember the very first motion that you and I, when I just got elected, that you and I filed and worked on together was dealing with this issue of healthcare and healthcare reform and everything else across the public service. It's one of the things I know you are passionate about, and it's one of the things that you encouraged me as a new parliamentarian to kind of continue on. So I want to publicly thank you for that also. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the Honourable Deputy Governor and his Chief Officer in particular, Ms. Gloria Macfield-Nixon, because she and I had a good little back and forth on these issues, and also the Premier and his team, and in particular the Minister of Finance also. But the point I want to get out, Mr. Speaker, and especially for the private sector listening, is that while the government may have a retirement age of 65, in the private sector, there is no retirement age, only the age in which you stop paying pension and you start receiving your pension benefits. And what all of us in this House have to deal with, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of ageism, where a lot of Caymanians in the private sector is being pushed out simply because of the high health insurance costs that a lot of businesses do not want to pay for when Caymanians reach a certain age. And we saw from the earlier issue with Cineco bearing in mind when the Honorable Minister of Finance just highlighted what it would cost just to increase the home care, bearing in mind that Cineco's profit for 2024 is just about 3 million or something CI. If we were to implement that home care provision or increase it, it would have literally wiped out Cineco's profit, and Cineco would now be regulatory non-compliant. So this is a big issue for us, and we just wanted the Cayman people know that this is something that we're dealing with, and I want to thank the Deputy Governor again and his team for dealing with this, and also the Premier, the Minister of Finance, and all my colleagues on this side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Premier, one statement, or maybe two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to provide this Honorable House with an update on my recent attendance at the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, held in St. Kitts and Nevis from the 24th to the 27th of February 2026. This milestone summit themed, quote, "Beyond Words, Action Today for a Thriving, Sustainable CARICOM," end quote, was historic not only for this milestone of the 50th such meeting of Caribbean leaders, but for achieving a rare full attendance of all member states and associate members. Mr. Speaker, in terms of enhancing our regional standing, the Cayman Islands has held associate member status in CARICOM since 2002. While we are not a full voting member, our presence at this table is imperative. Attendance underscores this government's commitment to our 2026-2028 broad outcomes, specifically our mandate to enhance overseas relations and build a modern, innovative Cayman. That does not exist in isolation. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the value of in-person diplomacy, in an era of digital connectivity, one might ask why in-person attendance remains beneficial, if not, I dare say, necessary. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of our physical presence at this level of diplomacy cannot be overstated. Number one, face-to-face engagement with Caribbean community leaders and global partners is reason one. This summit facilitated the high level of engagement between regional leaders and international leaders, including the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Being physically present allowed the Cayman Islands to hear discourse firsthand and participate in face-to-face discussions on regional security, illicit trafficking, and the evolving geopolitical dynamics, issues that have a direct impact on our borders and our responsibilities. Number two, the corridor conversations, Mr. Speaker. The most critical diplomatic breakthroughs often occur during the caucus sessions and informal breaks. These private dialogues provide an opportunity to deepen personal relations between leaders and thereby build our support and solidarity on a range of matters related to our unique socioeconomic interests in a way that is impossible via a video call screen. Number three, Mr. Speaker, bolster common understanding of common challenges. By engaging with our neighbors, who we share fascinating, intertwined bonds of history, heritage, and family with, we gain a greater understanding of our challenges and share intelligence and learnings on how to address pressing matters, including cross-border illicit activity, cost of living, food security, financial services standards, tourism and trade links, as well as capital project finance. As we face shared threats and opportunities, the partnerships forged at CARICOM ensures the Cayman Islands are relevant to and part of the regional framework and fellowship. Mr. Speaker, I wish to go on record to thank our host nation, the government, and the gracious people of the incredibly beautiful islands of St. Kitts and Nevis for their exceptional hospitality under the leadership of current chair of the Conference of Heads of Government, Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Terence Drew. Prime Minister Drew expertly navigated us through what was a very ambitious agenda. I also wish to acknowledge his diplomacy and regard for the overseas territories as he ensured that as associate members, we were included in meaningful discussions and vibrant activities. And just to depart from the speech just for a moment, briefly, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. To put it plainly, it's also good to just be among your Caribbean people. So many of us who have traveled, and you go to different places, you're not sure what the food is going to taste like. You don't have that problem when you go to another Caribbean country. And then practical matters. I'll look for assistance here from the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Bordentown East. It don't take much to trim my hair, but it can go wrong. It can go wrong. And you can just go into a barber and know you say, I want everything low one level, the barber knows. Because you're among your people, is my point. So, Mr. Speaker, building a stronger Cayman means being an active participant in the community of Caribbean countries. By engaging at the highest level, we ensure the Cayman Islands is not just a spectator, but a solid contributor to the Caribbean community's collective future. During my travel, the Honorable Deputy Premier served as acting Premier and the Honorable Minister for Planning acted as Deputy Premier. I thank them both and the rest of the NCFC caucus for their continued dedication to the home front, while our beloved islands were represented abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the Premier picked on the member from Bordentown East and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I guess because they all have no hair. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the Honourable Premier because I've been in this House now more than 8 years, and there's very few updates we've ever gotten from these CARICOM meetings. And, you know, you can't talk about regional security, food security, nor climate change without speaking to our neighbours. So on behalf of my colleague from Bordentown East, I'd just like to thank you formally for at least providing this update, and we look forward to future updates. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Premier, one statement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to get this update. And while we're talking about hair in the meantime, I don't have no room to talk because last week I went to get a haircut. Never get a haircut from a person who can't speak English, you can't speak their language. Because when I said a little bit, I might take a little bit off. But when he turned around the chair, it's like, who's that I'm looking at? So, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to rise and provide this honourable House with a brief update on the performance of the Cayman Islands tourism industry for the month of January 2026. I am pleased to report that the year has begun on an exceptionally strong note. The Cayman Islands welcomed 47,047 stayover visitors in January 2026, representing a 13.6% increase year over year and marking the strongest January in our nation's history. Mr. Speaker, this performance surpassed the previous January record set in 2020 by 9.7%, reinforcing the upward trajectory of our tourism sector. Importantly, this milestone follows what was already a historic December in 2025, meaning that our tourism sector has achieved 2 consecutive months of record-setting stayover arrivals. Cruise arrivals in January amounted to 145,707 passengers, reflecting a reduction of 11.2% or 18,369 passengers when compared to January 2025. Due to inclement weather, 10 ships carrying approximately 30,000 passengers were unable to call on Grand Cayman's schedule. Had those ships been able to call, passenger arrivals for January 2026 would have surpassed the 164,076 arrivals recorded in January 2025. Notwithstanding, total arrivals for stayover and cruise amounted to 192,754 visitors, which is a clear indication that both pillars of our tourism industry continue to contribute meaningfully to our economy. Mr. Speaker, our largest source market, the United States, once again led the way, delivering 37,879 visitors, which is an 11.2% increase over January 2025 and a new January record. Growth was particularly strong from the Midwest, which recorded a 12.8% increase year over year, supported by expanded airlift from Chicago and Detroit. The South and West regions of the United States also posted gains, reflecting the effectiveness of our airlift strategy and route development initiatives. Canada delivered impressive performance in January, recording 5,151 stayover visitors. This is an increase of 38.6% year over year and is the highest monthly arrival total ever for that market. Those stellar arrivals were driven by the addition of more airlift from Toronto and Ottawa, which increased seat capacity by 89%, as inclusive of the new service from Porter Airlines. We also saw steady gains from the United Kingdom and continental Europe. Visitation from the UK and Ireland increased by 11.4%, while continental Europe grew by 14%, led by strong performance from Germany. These results reflect the sustained investment by the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism in public relations and engagement across the Central European region. In January 2026, total inbound seat capacity from the United States, Canada, and the UK via Nassau reached 90,060 seats, an increase of 18,750 seats compared to the previous year. This was fueled by expanded services from Chicago, Toronto, and Miami, and new routes from Fort Lauderdale, Detroit, and Ottawa. Looking ahead, we are scheduled to see an additional 44,000 inbound air seats between February and May 2026 compared to the same period last year, position us for continued stayover growth throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, hotel performance also remained robust. According to STR Inc., the provider of market data for the hotel industry, our average daily rate increased by 6% over January 2025, demonstrating that the Cayman Islands continues to command premium positioning within the Caribbean marketplace. Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as Minister for Tourism, I am exceedingly proud to be in a position to report record-breaking results month after month. And I would be remiss if I fail to mention that all of that growth has resulted from sustained, focused, strategic decision-making, coupled with plenty of dedicated hard work put in by the management and staff in the Ministry and Department of Tourism, in conjunction with our industry partners, both here and abroad. January's outstanding results affirm that our calculated investments in airlift development, global marketing, and partnerships with our tourism stakeholders are delivering measurable returns. They also demonstrate that the Cayman Islands brand remains highly competitive and deeply desired by travelers seeking a premium and high-quality Caribbean experience. Mr. Speaker, as pleased as I am about these results, I have not lost sight of the fact that our tourism performance is not just about the arrival statistics. As you have heard me say time and time again, tourism is about people. It is about livelihoods, and the taxi drivers, the restaurant workers, the water sports operators, retail employees, hotel staff, and countless businesses whose success depends on our tourism industry and being successful. These record-breaking January signals confidence in our destination, resilience in our tourism product, and strengthen our economic contribution. But most importantly, it signals opportunity, hope, and prosperity for our people. And so, as we continue through 2026, the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development will remain committed to prudent, data-driven decision-making to ensure that the tourism industry's growth continues to be strategic, sustainable, and beneficial to Caymanians first and foremost. I thank the department within the Ministry of Tourism, the Department of Tourism, and our airline, cruise, and accommodation partners and all of our tourism stakeholders for their continued collaboration and support in the achievement of these historic results. I look forward to sharing more good news as the year progresses. Thank you for allowing me the time to present this update, Mr. Speaker. God bless this House, and may God continue to bless our beloved Cayman Islands and our people. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask the Deputy Premier one
Member
question?
for Georgetown East.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Deputy Premier, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Deputy Premier, Spirit have announced the cancellation of their service from Fort Lauderdale as from, I think it's April, about the mid part of April. I don't think your numbers would have included or taken into account of that, but do you have any idea what the potential effect could be as a result of it?
Mr. Speaker, thank the member from Georgetown East for that. We learned about this yesterday, and actually the Director for Tourism, Ms. Rosa Harris, and her team are at a Roots conference in Brazil right now, and this is being discussed there. And we have some plans to put in place, but she will update me on Monday or this week on her arrival. So we are acting upon it. Thank you.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just rising on Section 29.4, I want to thank the Honourable Deputy Premier for that comprehensive update. Greatly appreciated. I noticed the 2024 National Tourism Plan spoke about 44,000 additional seats being added to Cayman for this year. And I noticed the Honourable Deputy Premier listed it also in his speech. Would it be possible to provide us a breakdown in terms of where we're looking to get those additional seats? It'd be nice if we can have an idea, especially for our locals who like to travel to see, because if they're coming here, it means that they're also going back to somewhere, so at least we can have an idea of what airlift would look like over summer months when many Caymanian and residents would like to travel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that question from member from Bordentown West. We will get that for you in writing if okay. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, 3 statements.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for planning has an urgent meeting, so I would give way for him to do his short statements first.
Okay. Minister of Planning.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I promise I'll be short. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Section 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision to inform this Honourable House of an exceptional circumstances and relocation as approved from Cabinet in respect to the Stacey Watler Pavilion. On the 17th of December 2025, Cabinet granted approval for the reappropriation of the funds for the following: a decrease of $300,000 from TP76 Assistant for Infrastructure and Development, and a corresponding increase of $300 to the Non-Government Services NGS 84 Cayman Islands Agriculture Society for the purpose of funding the urgent repairs and remediation of the Stacey Watler Pavilion. Mr. Speaker, the Stacey Watler Pavilion is a key national facility supporting agriculture, community events, and food security initiatives, and a recent assessment confirming structural and environmental issues that must be addressed immediately to ensure safety, prevent further deterioration, and maintenance of the pavilion, ability to host major events, and central to the Agriculture Society mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just quickly, I just want to say off of that how proud I am with all of the work that's being done from the Agriculture Society and from the Agriculture Department, and for the excellent show that they put on this year from the that we had there. And we had actually a record show, sir, breaking the number of over 13,000 people coming to the show. So I just want to thank them for all of the hard work that they've done on that, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Section 11.5, 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act. At its meeting held on the 17th of December, Cabinet approved a supplementary expenditure of $250,000 for the Department of Facility Management. This was funded through the relocation within the Ministry's existing appropriation as follows: reduction of PH 28, provision for a cadastral surveying, planning and resource management of $250,000, and increasing PH 27 facility management for GAB for $250,000. The transaction will authorize the exceptional circumstances under the Act to ensure that the continued delivery of essential government facility management services in accordance with the Public Management Financial Act, and government will bring forward a supplementary appropriation bill to seek the approval in this Honourable House for the appropriated charges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Section 11.5, 11.6, Public Management Finance Act. At a meeting held on the 17th of December, Cabinet approved the relocation of $7 million within the Ministry's capital appropriation as follows: decrease EA-161 submarine cable by $7 million, and increase EA-4 land purchases by $5.5 million, and increase EA-148 major roadworks by $1,500,000. This transaction was authorized in exceptional circumstances under the Act to support priority land acquisitions and major roadworks. In accordance with the Public Management and Finance Act, the government will bring forward a supplementary appropriation bill to seek the approval for this Honourable House for the appropriation changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance and Economic Development, 3 statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 statements to make to the Honourable House. The first is a statement pertaining to the Ministry of Education in relation to the Early Childhood Care Assistance Program, or ECAP. Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide this Honourable House with a comprehensive update on the Ministry of Education and Training's work in early childhood care and education and the early intervention program. Work that sits at the very foundation of our education system, and indeed the long-term social and economic well-being of our islands. Children's brains are built moment by moment, and they interact with their environments. In the very first years of life, more than 1 million neural connections are formed each second, a pace never repeated again. The quality of a child's early experiences makes a critical difference as their brains develop, providing either strong or weak foundations for learning, health, and behavior throughout life. Raising standards across our schools does not begin at primary level. It begins in the earliest months and years of life. Research consistently demonstrates that the first 5 years are critical to brain development. During this period, children develop the language, cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, and social competence that underpin future academic success. When children enter reception ready to learn, able to listen, communicate, regulate their emotions, and engage with early literacy and numeracy, they are significantly more likely to read on time, remain engaged in school, and progress successfully through secondary education. Conversely, when developmental delays are not identified and addressed early, learning gaps widen, behavioral challenges increase, and intervention becomes more complex and more costly. High-performing education systems across the world are clear on one principle: equity begins in the early years. They invest in strong early childhood provision, systematic screening, qualified practitioners, and responsive early intervention services. That is the direction in which we will continue to move. Over the past 10 months, the Ministry has taken deliberate and structured steps to strengthen quality across all registered early childhood settings. We have delivered structured professional development for center leaders and practitioners to enhance classroom practice, strengthen supervision, and embed inclusive approaches within daily teaching. Practitioners are being supported to better understand child development, early language acquisition, and differentiated strategies for children with emerging or identified additional needs. Health and safety requirements have also been reinforced, ensuring that early childhood environments remain safe, nurturing, and compliant. A child cannot thrive academically if they do not feel secure and supported. Quality care and safeguarding remain fundamental. All registered settings now operate within a 3-year re-registration cycle. Site visits are recorded through the Ministry's digital system, strengthening oversight, transparency, and consistency across the sector. This structured approach to quality assurance supports continuous improvement and aligns our practice more closely with international standards. In addition to strengthening quality, we have prioritized early identification. The Ages and Stages questionnaire is now implemented across the sector, including within the Smart Start program. This parent-completed developmental screening tool empowers families while supporting practitioners to identify potential concerns at an earlier stage where needs are identified, structured, where needs are identified. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. This parent-completed developmental screening tool empowers families with supporting practitioners to identify potential concerns at an earlier stage. Where needs are identified, structured learning support plans are developed and implemented within the early childhood setting to ensure timely intervention. For children requiring more targeted support, the Early Intervention Program provides multidisciplinary services from birth to 5 years of age. Children are referred through defined pathways and receive comprehensive developmental assessments covering communication, cognition, motor development, and social emotional needs. Following assessment, support may include specialist teachers, speech and language therapists, and occupational therapists. Services are delivered within homes and early childhood centers so that the strategies are embedded within daily routines where children learn best. Parents remain central partners throughout the process. Early intervention is most effective when families are equipped, informed, and supported. As children approach reception, structured transition plans supports collaboration between families and primary schools. This ensures that children enter the school system with their needs identified and appropriate supports in place, reducing the risk of longer-term learning gaps. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the dedication and professionalism of the early intervention team. They are committed, skilled, and deeply invested
Okay, Minister from Cayman Bragg, we got you on YouTube while you're inside here? Okay. Continue, Honourable Minister of Education. But thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the Ministry intends to undertake a formal evaluation of the early intervention program. This evaluation will examine program effectiveness, service frequency, referral timeliness, measurable child outcomes, and longer-term impact as children transition into primary school. It will allow us to identify capacity gaps and determine how best to expand or restructure services to increase reach and improve developmental progress. Strengthening the program will include consideration of expanded specialist capacity to reduce waiting times and increase service frequency, clear service delivery standards to ensure consistency and equity of provision, improved data tracking systems to measure developmental progress over time, and closer integration between early intervention, nursery, reception, and primary services. This is not, I repeat for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, this is not a reflection of any shortcoming in staff. It is a recognition that strong teams require strong systems around them. Further, it reflects that the unit is greatly understaffed and under-resourced and needs to be rebuilt. If we are serious about early intervention, we must ensure the structure is as strong as the commitment of those delivering it. Mr. Speaker, it is equally important to recognize the central role of reception and nursery classes within government schools and the broader early childhood sector. Nursery and reception is not simply preparatory years. They are structured learning environments where children develop early literacy, number sense, vocabulary, social confidence, and emotional regulation. These years lay the groundwork for reading fluency, numeracy development, and classroom engagement. For the public, the message is straightforward. If we want to improve reading and math outcomes, we must prioritize early language and numeracy development. If we want to improve attendance and behavior in later years, we must build social emotional competence early. If we want to close achievement gaps, we must intervene before they widen. Quality and early intervention must also be matched with equitable access. Through the Early Childhood Assistance Program, eligible families receive financial support in the year prior to reception, reducing cost barriers at a critical stage and increasing participation in structured early learning. Mr. Speaker, this government has significantly strengthened that support. ECAP funding was forecast at approximately $910,000 in 2025. In the 2026 and 2027 budget, CI $2.1 million has been allocated to each year, more than doubling the program's annual funding and expanding its reach. Mr. Speaker, effective 1 April 2026, the monthly ECAP rates will increase from $541 to $625 per month for basic assistance, and from $812 to $937 in supplementary assistance per month. Basic support will continue to cover 50% of the average monthly fee, and supplementary support will cover 75%. This standardized structure provides clarity, consistency, and fairness. This is a key cost of living initiative contained in the robust 2026-2027 budget. This directly attacks an area that all of us campaigned on, addressing cost of living. This direct intervention is the most impactful way any government can attack cost of living, directly assisting Caymanian families in most need in our community. The additional benefit is that Caymanian families are being assisted during the most crucial stage of their children's educational journey. In line with the most recent strategic policy statement and approved budget priorities, several early years initiatives are underway, including expansion of nursery provision in areas of population growth, continued strengthening of financial assistance to families through ECAP, development of a revised national early childhood framework to modernize oversight, accountability, and workforce standards, strengthening of screening and referral pathways to reduce delays and in support, and a review of funding arrangements to ensure resources are aligned with identified need, particularly for children requiring additional services. The revised National Early Childhood Framework will update legislative provisions where necessary, clarify governance and sector responsibilities, strengthen quality standards, and establish clearer qualification expectations and professional pathways for early years practitioners. High-performing systems invest in their workforce, ensuring practitioners are trained, supported, and professionally recognized. We are also exploring enhanced data systems that will allow us to track developmental progress from early years into primary education. Measuring impact is essential if policy decisions are to be evidence-based and resources directed effectively. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education will develop a closer working relationship with the Ministry of Health. After all, babies are born in hospitals. Therefore, health practitioners are the first professionals to interact with our children. All children have a mandatory vaccine program at a certain age. I will be implementing a system of measuring key developmental milestones at various ages. It will be mandatory for parents and/or early childhood care, health, and educational professionals to report any abnormal findings relating to these key milestone measures. This shall be recorded in children's education record housed by the Early Intervention Program. Once reported, these findings will be formally assessed. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we are going to ensure that the Early Intervention Program is strengthened to carry out this work. Please note that a parent and/or healthcare professional can apply to have any abnormal finding removed from a child's education record should they prove to not be found by a formal assessment or overcome with age as the child develops. And Mr. Speaker, in my research, I found that there are a number of systems that are moving in this direction as they don't want to stigmatize children as they develop or later in life. Mr. Speaker, strengthening early childhood care, nursery provision, and early intervention is not simply an operational improvement. It is a strategic investment in national outcomes. By improving quality, expanding access, strengthening early intervention, and aligning resources with need, we reduce learning gaps before they widen. We support families at critical stages, and we build a stronger, more resilient education system. The work is ongoing and will continue in a structured, evidence-based manner, but the direction is clear. Sustained commitment to the earliest years will shape the future of our schools and indeed our country. Because when we get the first 5 years right, everything that follows becomes stronger. I thank this honorable House and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my second and third statements are relating to exceptional circumstances. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I rise to make this statement to members of this honorable House with respect to the exceptional circumstance transactions approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development during the year 2025, in accordance with Section 11(5) of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I will briefly outline these transactions. OE 121, additional normal costs for pension plans. During 2025, Mr. Speaker, the actuary for the government's pension plans assessed that an additional $939,000 was required to meet the normal cost of the plans. As members will be aware, the government is required to fund the actuarially assessed annual contributions necessary to cover the benefits earned by current employees above the standard employer contribution rate. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $939,000 to enable the payment to the Public Service Pension Fund. OE 54, Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, annual premium. Mr. Speaker, during 2025, the annual premium for the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility increased by $87,500. The Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility provide member countries with rapid cash payouts within 14 days of a covered natural disaster based on the severity of the event and associated losses, enabling timely disaster and response and recovery. Cabinet therefore approved supplementary funding of $87,500 to meet this increased premium. OE9, Caribbean Economic Community, CARICOM fees. Mr. Speaker, during 2025, the Caribbean Economic Community, or CARICOM, advised that Cayman's annual contribution was increased to an average of US $357,000 per year for the next 3 years. As members will recall, CARICOM, established in 1973 by 20 member countries, promotes regional economic integration, foreign policy coordination, human and social development, and security. The Cayman Islands is an associate member of CARICOM. Cabinet accordingly approved supplementary funding of CI $67,000 to cover the increased contribution. EI 95, Utility Regulation and Competition Office. Mr. Speaker, the Utility Regulation and Competition Office required an additional $1,200,000 during 2025 to meet its operational expenditure commitments for the remainder of the year. Cabinet approved the supplementary funding to ensure its continuity of operations. OE 110, General Insurance, and OE 27, Past Service Pension Liability. Mr. Speaker, to offset the above supplementary funding, the Ministry identified equivalent savings of $2,293,500, $1,354,500 from within 2025 OE 110 General Insurance Appropriation, and $939,000 from within OE 27 Past Service Pension Liability Appropriation. The 2025 OE 110 General Insurance Appropriation covers all of government's property, liability, and motor vehicle insurance costs. For 2025, $13,100,000 was budgeted, with an additional $1,600,000 carried forward from unspent 2024 funds. Savings of $1,354,500 were achieved from the General Insurance Appropriation as a result of actual insurance premium increases being significantly lower than the 26% escalation originally projected for 2025. This favorable outcome reflected more stable market conditions than anticipated. Mr. Speaker, savings were achieved from OE 27 Past Service Pension Liability Appropriation, which covers the additional amount that the government pays to the Public Service Pensions Fund to address the pension actuarial deficiency, which resulted from 27 years of unfunded pension liabilities. The savings of $939,000 were as a result of higher normal cost contributions made during 2025 as the increased normal cost contribution lessened and the unfunded liability, and therefore reduced the annual top-up amount required. Impact on financial performance and compliance with the principles of responsible financial management. Mr. Speaker, while these exceptional transactions increased forecast capital expenditure by a net $1,200,000, operating expenditure decreased by an equivalent amount. Consequently, there was no impact on the government's forecast cash reserves or compliance with the principles of responsible financial management. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary expenditures meet the definition of exceptional circumstance under 11.5 of the Act, as the expenditures were not known when the 2025 budget was prepared in December 2023 and arose from factors beyond the control of the Ministry and Cabinet. Failure to pay the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Fund premium could expose government to significant financial and operational risk in the event of a natural disaster. Failure to meet CARICOM contributions could result in the loss of member benefits. Failure to provide ERCO with sufficient funding would risk disrupting the office's regulatory operations and its ability to meet statutory obligations. Failure to meet, it was impractical for the Ministry to seek Parliament's prior approval under Section 12 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this statement on the exceptional circumstance transactions approved by Cabinet for the Minister of Finance and Economic Development during the 2025 financial year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my third and last statement. Pursuant to Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I rise to make this statement to members of this Honourable House regarding the exceptional circumstance transactions approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Education and Training during the 2025 financial year in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I will briefly outline these transactions. CCO1, teaching of tertiary level professional and vocational programs. As of 1 January 2025, the University College of the Cayman Islands, or UCCI, had a staff complement of 80, with 15 vacant posts. The 5% cost of living adjustment, or COLA, inclusive of pension increases, totaled $366,598. This cost was not included in UCCI's approved 2025 budget. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $366,598 in January 2025 to cover these costs. Mr. Speaker, a one-off payment of $750,000 was required to settle a legacy pension liability relating to 4 retired members of staff of UCCI. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $750,000 in March of 2025. To support UCCI's continued operational stability and institutional strengthening, additional funding was required to address priority pressures. These included aligning staff benefits to keep with the intent of Section 47 of the Public Authorities Act, strengthening governance and administrative capacity, and meeting essential operational requirements. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $2,029,000 in March of 2025. NGS 34, grants to private schools. Mr. Speaker, CCC and Wesleyan Christian Academy experienced unforeseen financial pressures during 2025 that required temporary assistance to ensure continuity of education for their students. Additionally, infrastructure improvements were necessary at one school to create a safe and nurturing learning environment. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $900,000 in 2025 and a further $677,151.45 in August of 2025 for a total of $1,577,151.45. TP 127, Grant for Community Enrichment and Wellbeing. Mr. Speaker, the grant support was provided to two charitable organizations, the Church of God Chapel West Bay and EGAR's Members and Manna Foundation, following requests for assistance to support of the development of facilities intended to provide important services to the wider community. In the case of the EGAR's Members and Manna Foundation, the funding was intended to support the development of a multi-purpose community facility designed to enhance the organization's capacity to deliver a range of community-based services and programs. In the case of the Church of God Chapel West Bay, the funding was intended to support the development of facilities that will strengthen community resilience and expand the availability of hurricane shelter capacity in West Bay. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $1,650,000 in February of 2025. EI 12, Ministry of Education and Training. Mr. Speaker, several priority projects at public schools required urgent funding to address health and safety matters and operational needs affecting staff and students. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $1,265,556 in February of 2025. TP 61, Grant for Student Enrichment and Support Services. Mr. Speaker, the Extended After School Program provides after-school care for approximately 1,500 students, many of whom are vulnerable or at risk. The program is delivered through the YMCA. However, during 2025, the program experienced an unexpected loss of private funding, resulting in a projected shortfall from June to December 2025. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $214,000 in July 2025 to ensure continuity of the program. TP 30, Local and Overseas Scholarships and Bursaries. Mr. Speaker, demand for scholarships for Caymanian students pursuing further and tertiary education, both locally and overseas, exceeded the original 2025 budget allocation. This reflected a higher number of eligible applicants meeting established criteria. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $6,395,300 in August 2025 to ensure qualifying students could continue to be supported. EGA 2, Employment Support Services and Scholarship Administration. Mr. Speaker, following the post-election transfer of the National Training and Development Unit, updated financial projections confirmed that additional funding was required to support operations for the remainder of 2025. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $250,000 in November of 2025. EI 46, University College of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, UCCI supports students of compulsory school age through its dual entry enrollment program. Increased demand created the need for additional accommodation space to ensure continued delivery in an appropriate learning environment. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $100,000 in December 2025. Further, as the country's premier tertiary institution, UCCI must continue to grow and modernize to meet current and future education and workforce needs. Funding was therefore required to support strategic development, including the proposed acquisition of adjoining land and the early stages of planned expansion. We will help ensure that once secured, the institution has the space and flexibility needed to develop in an orderly and coherent manner, while strengthening its capacity to respond to national priorities and evolving needs of the country. Accordingly, Cabinet approved supplementary funding of $9 million in December of 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry identified equivalent savings totaling $20,798,151 from various appropriations to offset these supplementary requirements and to provide support across the wider Cayman Islands government as follows. Savings, $100,000 in EGA 6 secondary education services due to reduced utility costs in 2025. Savings, $100,000 in EGA 8 facilities maintenance and operational school support services due to deferred routine maintenance activities. Savings of $429,000 in TP 83 scholarships, medical specialization due to lower than anticipated grant uptake. Savings of $35,000 in OE 12 University of the West Indies membership levy. Savings of $19,385,151 in EI 12 capital works, primarily due to delayed expenditure on the West Bay High School project, which remains in early planning stages, and adjustments to the new Lehman Scott High School project scope. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, a delay in the delivery of that project as it was anticipated originally to be completed by December 2025. Funds of $749,000 originally budgeted under EI 46 capital works at UCCI for internal IT infrastructure were reclassified to operating expenditure following recommendations from external assurance bodies, making these funds available. Mr. Speaker, these exceptional transactions resulted in a net increase of operating expenditure of $12,568,049 and a net decrease in capital expenditure of $9,768,595 within the ministry. As a portion of funding was received from the wider Cayman Islands government, there was no adverse impact on the government cash reserves or compliance with the principle of responsible financial management. As of today, government continues to report a surplus for the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, these supplementary expenditures meet the definition of exceptional circumstances under Section 11.5 of the Act because the expenditures were not known at the time of the 2025 budget, which was prepared in December 2023, arose after budget approval and could not be reasonably anticipated. Failure to fund these matters could have compromised the ministry's mandates under the Strategic Policy Statement 2024 to 2026 and expose government to operational and reputational risks. It was impractical to seek Parliament's approval under Section 12 of the Act. In conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to present this statement of exceptional circumstances, transactions approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Education and Training during the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I know it was a bit long, but I thank you.
The House is suspended until 2 p.m. This Parliament is back in session. Please be seated. Yeah. No, I don't want to break too early. I don't want to. Okay. Oh, I didn't hear that part of it. Okay. Minister of Social Development and Innovation, you have one statement.
Mr. Speaker, you listen to these guys. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I took responsibility for the portfolio of social development, it has been a priority of mine to address gaps in the systems to improve the lives of Caymanian families. One of the key gaps which exists is that there are very limited supports, social supports for adults between the ages of 18 and 64. At present, the Department of Children and Family Services provides services for children until the age of 18, with some provisions for aftercare, and to older persons aged 65 and older. My ministry is taking steps to address this gap. The first step is to launch the Adult Safeguarding Task Force. This task force is a multi-agency group chaired by the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation and comprises of the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability, the Department of Children and Family Services, the Department of Financial Assistance, the Health Services Authority, and the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. The task force will be responsible for coordinating support to adults at risk to ensure that they get support necessary in the short term. The task force will seek to address safeguarding concerns, including homelessness or housing insecurity, food insecurity, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The work of the task force will inform adult safeguarding policy and legislative recommendations made by the Ministry for Cabinet's consideration to address the identified gaps in services for adults with long-term solutions. Further, Cabinet approved the Ministry to issue drafting instructions to amend the Disabilities Act known as the Solomon-Webster Act 2016 in August 2025, when the Cabinet gave approval to issue the drafting instructions. A critical at-risk group within the adults is the adults with disability. The current Disabilities Acts remain largely uncommenced from 2016, except for the establishment of the Council. The work my team is undertaking is to look at how persons with disabilities are impacted by the policies and initiatives across the civil service. In addition, the critical amendments to addressing the safeguarding gap for persons with disabilities who experience exploitation, abuse, neglect, or self-neglect There is also work being done to enhance and commence existing aspects of the Act and make provisions for the departmental support. In order to ensure that the amendments are fit for purpose and can be meaningfully commenced, my ministry team has been meeting with teams across the civil service, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, service providers, persons with disabilities, and their families. Consultation will be continuing, and additional groups will have the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed amendments. So far, consultations have led to further refinement and critical operations considerations, but the feedback has been immensely positive, with families sharing that this has been an answer to their prayers. We expect to debate the proposed amendments to the Disabilities Act 2016 in this House within the later half of this year. Mr. Speaker, when the National Coalition for Caymanians was established, we took the decision to move the Cayman Islands Disability Policy 2014 to 2033 and the National Council for Persons with Disabilities from Cabinet Office to the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation to sit with the full portfolio. Since this transition, the team has been meeting with all the critical ministries and teams to get an update on implementation and to develop an action plan for meaningful change in the upcoming years. We are now further away from 2014 than we are from 2033, so we want to make sure we can achieve the goals outlined in the policy. The Council has been instrumental in helping to identify key priorities, areas, and initiatives within the policy. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to my attention to the children portfolio of the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation, which continues to progress various policy framework for child protection, family support, and child safeguarding systems across our Cayman Islands. At the heart of our work is the protection of children, promoting their rights, and support of the adults who take on the care and protection of a child. I want to emphasize to everyone in this Honourable House and everyone listening that every child matters and every child deserves protection, stability, dignity, and again, opportunity to become their best selves from the earliest possible moment in life, as I said last night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the work that the Ministry is currently undertaking is coordinated evidence that this country will work to protect, support, listen to, and empower its children. This year, we will finalize regulations that will allow the commencement of the Children's Act, Amendment Act 2024, the Adoption Act 2024, and the Maintenance Amendment Act 2024. We also intend to bring the status of the Children Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honourable House as well. These modernized legislative frameworks will strengthen safeguarding measures and cement the principle of child-centered decision-making. I want to emphasize that commencement will be supported by structured training of all relevant stakeholders to ensure legislation is operationalized effectively and efficiently by users across the civil service and the private sector. The Ministry continues its commitment to best practice and will observe the relevant requirements as a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, through interministerial collaboration, continues work in relation to the ratification of the 1993 Convention on the Protection of the Children and cooperation in respect of intercountry adoption, the Hague Convention, and the Council of the European Convention on the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse, called the Lanzarote Convention. The extensive interministerial work that has been done in respect to the ratification to the Lanzarote Convention has identified the various gaps that exist in the services and the legislative provisions available in the Cayman Islands, which will need to be addressed in order to ratify to the Convention. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to update this Honourable House that after the Ministry shared a summary of the work that has been done with the Council of Europe, the initial feedback was very positive, and the Cayman Islands is well on track to be ratified to the Lanzarote Convention in this current budget period. Mr. Speaker, I must also emphasize that when this ratification happens, the Cayman Islands will be the first overseas territory to do so, further solidifying our place as leaders in child safeguarding regionally and amongst our peers. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, that this government is committed to listening and empowering its children and young persons. The Office of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons, which was established in the Children Amendment Act 2024, will be a vessel for child advocacy and empowerment. This office will not only advocate for children, but will include children and young persons. The office will be supported by an advisory panel made up of children and young persons aged 13 to 25, with representation from each district. This panel is established in the Act and will give children and youth a direct line of communication and influence into the policy, development, and practice of child safeguarding, a first in the Cayman Islands, Mr. Speaker. Recruitment for the post of Commissioner for Children and Young Persons is expected to be done in 2026. Mr. Speaker, it is our intention as a government to move from reactive to preventative safeguarding and to see a reduction in harm of children, improve the stability of foster placements, enhance the strength of families, and enhance confidence of children in the government systems designed to protect them. This government is not simply managing child safeguarding and child protection. We are working to ensure that the framework and the systems are designed to meet the needs of those who are in place to serve. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to provide this Honourable House with a brief overview of the work being undertaken within the older persons portfolio under the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation. As it relates to this demographics of our society, our focus is to strengthen protections, enhance services, and promote dignity, independence, and active participation for older persons across the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has been engaged in activities contributing to legislative reform, the development of a community calendar, capital investment, and the review of our financial support framework. Mr. Speaker, key priority for this portfolio has been legislative reform, and we are currently engaged in activities for the drafting of regulations to support the implementation of the Older Persons Amendment Act 2024. These regulations are essential to operationalize the Act, through which standards of care and oversight will be strengthened. A mandatory reporting process will be established, safeguarding mechanisms to protect older persons will be enhanced, and accountability and transparency will be promoted. Mr. Speaker, within the government's 2026-28 strategic policy statement, one of the key projects and initiatives is to promote an age-friendly society, creating comprehensive programs and policies that enable older persons to actively participate in society. To this end, Mr. Speaker, social inclusion and active aging are critical to overall well-being, and the Ministry is developing a centralized and accessible community calendar of events for older persons in the Cayman Islands. This initiative will provide a single, easy-to-access source of information on social, cultural, health and faith-based and recreational activities, reduce isolation by increasing awareness of available programs, encouraging community engagement and intergenerational participation, and support organizations by promoting events more effectively. By improving access to information, we empower older persons to remain active, engaged, and connected members of society. Mr. Speaker, this government also recognizes the importance of investing in infrastructure that supports quality care for older persons, and we provided seed funding in the amount of $600,000 to the Pines Retirement Home towards the development of the new silver-thatched residences. The new residences would offer a nurturing environment for older persons who require minimal living accommodations whilst combining care services in modern facilities. Mr. Speaker, this capital investment contributes to the current and projected increased need for assisted living in the community and is an incentive for private sector philanthropy to assist with the completion of this project. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has also turned its attention to strengthening the operations and the policy framework of the Department of Financial Assistance, and we're working to establish a dedicated working group to conduct a comprehensive review to ensure that services provided are appropriate to meet the needs of the Caymanian people within this financial climate. I know that this is a topic that carries a lot of interest on both sides of the aisle, so I look forward to support in this House if the recommendations from this working group include amendments to legislation. With all things being equal, Mr. Speaker, I expect to receive at least a draft recommendations before the end of Q2 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, this is just a general update of the ongoing work and priorities of the Social Development Ministry. A lot of hard work continues to happen quietly in the office, and I look forward to providing more updates as we bring all of our priorities for this budget cycle to fruition. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to provide an update on the work of the Gender Affairs portfolio of the Ministry. As I begin to address the updates related to gender affairs, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that this Sunday, March 8th, is International Women's Day. I would like to take this time to wish all the wonderful women and girls of this country a happy International Women's Day when it comes. And it's truly my privilege to serve in caucus, cabinet, and in this honorable House alongside so many brilliant and hard-working Caymanian women, all of whom are serving this country well. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that I have a wide range of responsibilities under my two ministries, which require diligent and astute leadership to manage effectively. I can say here today, Mr. Speaker, without a shadow of doubt, that I'm blessed to have two tremendous chief officers leading my ministries. Both of them are women. To my chief officers and all the talented female staff in virtually every area of both ministries, I say thank you for all of the excellent work that you do as civil servants. To my constituents in East End and all the women and girls across these three islands, I extend to you my best wishes and appreciation for your contributions to our community in your professional and family lives. Mr. Speaker, the theme of Women's Day this year is Give to Gain, and I want to make sure that I articulate to this honorable House and to the listening public what this theme means to me. Mr. Speaker, despite the significant strides that we have made in this country and globally towards equality between men and women, there is still ways to go. This is why we have to have a gender affairs portfolio to ensure that the policy work is progressing the movement towards equality. Mr. Speaker, in order for this country to gain from all of the skills, talent, and potential that is too often hidden inside of our women and girls, we must give them what they need to fully share it with us. We need to give our women the respect that they deserve, the support that they need to overcome obstacles that we have not yet removed from their path. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to give our love and appreciation to them in recognition for all that they do for their families and for these islands. Mr. Speaker, it's in this vein of giving that I would like to highlight the efforts being made by the Ministry in recognition of honoring Women's Month. I'm pleased to advise that the Gender Affairs portfolio is facilitating several workshops, including the Female Farmers and Artisans Market on the 20th of March, Women in Their Wheels, a car care workshop in conjunction with Superior Auto on the 14th and the 21st of March, and Women in the Garden in conjunction with Pro Plus Nursery on the 21st of March. I encourage everyone to support these various workshops, which are designed to provide beneficial skills to our women and girls. I also encourage the wider community to support all of the other events that are taking place on the islands to honor women and girls this month. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share that the Gender Affairs portfolio continues its efforts to educate the community through training sessions with both public and the private sector agencies as part of the preparation to enact the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act. I know that we are all supportive of ensuring that this act is properly implemented, and I look forward to providing further updates as we reach our implementation goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God continue to bless these Cayman Islands.
Honorable Minister for District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very brief statement in accordance with Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act for the former Ministry of District Administration and Lands. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry administers the Sister Islands Affordable Housing Development Program, which promotes affordable home ownership opportunities for Caymanians residing in Kimmanbrack and Little Cayman. During the implementation of this program, the Ministry identified a growing affordability gap between the cost of constructing homes and the level of mortgage financing available to prospective homeowners. At the same time, economic conditions, including rising house prices, increasing mortgage interest rates, and broader cost of living pressures, created additional challenges for prospective homeowners seeking to access financing. These circumstances were beyond the control of the government, could not reasonably have been anticipated at the time the Appropriation Act was enacted, and required expenditure to be incurred within the financial year in order to support the timely delivery of affordable housing under the program. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of March 2025, the then Cabinet approved, pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Act, the transfer of appropriations in the amount of $600,000 as follows: a decrease of EI 92, equity injection in the Ministry of District Administration and Lands, by $600,000, and an increase of SIH 1, Sister Islands Affordable Housing Program, by $600,000. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance confirmed at the time that this appropriation change would not result in any non-compliance with the principles of responsible financial management. And Mr. Speaker, my final short statement, as promised. Another statement pursuant to Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act. Mr. Speaker, His Majesty's Cayman Islands Prison Service experienced significant operational pressures during the 2025 financial year, due primarily to continued population pressures at HMP Northward and increased operational demands placed on the service. During 2025, the male prison population at HMP Northward averaged approximately 235 prisoners, representing around 180% of the certified normal accommodation capacity and slightly above the facility's operational maximum capacity. In addition, the complexity of the prison population has continued to evolve, with more prisoners requiring higher levels of supervision, healthcare services, mental health intervention, and specialized rehabilitation management. At the same time, the prison service operated for the majority of 2025 with a shortage of approximately 20 prison officers, while also contributing to multi-agency operations managing the irregular arrival of migrants, including support to Customs and Border Control in relation to security, supervision, and removal operations. These circumstances resulted in significantly higher overtime expenditure and increased operational costs. Additional unforeseen expenditure pressures were also experienced in relation to prisoner health care and operational support requirements. Healthcare costs for prisoners exceeded the amount budgeted due to the inherently unpredictable nature of medical treatment required within the prison population. In some instances, prisoners required extended hospitalization, which necessitated continuous supervision by prison officers, resulting in additional staffing and overtime costs. Operational costs were also affected by the inefficiencies associated with the aging prison infrastructure at HMP Northward, including ongoing maintenance challenges and the continued need for interim waste management arrangements pending the installation of a permanent wastewater treatment facility. These circumstances were beyond the control of the government, could not reasonably have been anticipated at the time the Appropriation Act was enacted, and required expenditure to be incurred within the financial year to ensure the continued safe and secure operation of the prison service. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd of December 2025, Cabinet approved, pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Act, the transfer of appropriations in the amount of $2,515,000 as follows: a reduction of EI 93, Ministry of District Administration and Lands, by $2,515,000, and an increase of DAH 7, Prison Custodial Services, by $2,515,000. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance confirmed at the time that this appropriation change would not result in any non-compliance with the principles of responsible financial management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next item of business.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
I have received representation from a number of members who wish to pay tribute to some members of their constituency who have departed this life. So I invite those to do so now, and we'll do a minute of silence for everybody at the end. Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention condolences to the families of our former colleague, Mr. Austin Harris. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Captain Newton Solomon. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Mr. David Frederick, whose funeral is today at 2 p.m., I think. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Siebert Rudy Watler, a Gun Square stalwart. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Miss Cherry, or Marlene Parchment, former of Sheila's Restaurant, is the first place that I met her. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Mrs. Cynthia Watler. She was 100 years old. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Roosevelt Watson, family member of mine. Also want to offer condolences to Mr. Joey Ebanks, or Joseph Ebanks. Also want to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Dawson Ebanks, and condolences to the family of Miss Yvonne Trusty. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thanks for this opportunity. And so many have left us and we feel their loss. So heartfelt condolences to all who grieve for the loved ones. Condolences go out to the family of the Captain Newton Solomon, Mr. Austin Harris, to the family of Mr. Dave Frederick, the family of Mr. Henley Scott, the family of Miss Alice Jackson, the family of Mrs. Cynthia Watler, the family of Mr. Rudy Watler, the family of Mrs. Blanca Manderson, the family of Mr. Charlie Ebanks, the family of Mrs. Cherry Parchment, the family of Mr. Joey Ebanks, the family of Mrs. Arlene Williams and John Bird. And just recently, we've lost a dear friend, Mrs. Celeste Broderick. And just this morning, we received the news of the passing of Mrs. Doris Reed, a lady who will be long remembered for her many years in the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And we send heartfelt condolences to all these family members.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always part of our tradition to stop for a moment. We had a joyous occasion earlier this morning where we remember and honored Mr. Lockxley while he's here. But this is the sad part. On behalf of the whole Parliament, although we had a lion in state, I still want to give condolences to Austin Harris, his family, and to draw the connection that Dave Frederick is his brother. So the family, in certain cases, have lost father and uncle in the same, about a week or a few days. So it's even more pertinent, Mr. Speaker, that we do stop, because we have been surrounded by mourning since the House has last met. There's other names that I will mention, but I know others, I won't take them all because I know there's a bunch of others that members will say. But particularly in West Bay, Seth Rivers, Charlie Bush, Patsy Ruth Ebanks. In this House, Tasha Porter's brother Thor. Janice Ebanks. Ms. Heather mentioned Mr. Charlie, gone to be with his dearly departed wife, Miss Griselda. They were like peanut butter and jelly. You didn't see one without the other. I think it was said, DG, at the funeral that he might be the only non-employee to have a pass in the garage of Gab that could come up. Right? That's correct, right? Mr. Charlie, we'll miss him. I told his sister Debbie that I think he passed of a broken heart. When they're close like that, when one moves on, the second one is usually not that far behind. May he rest in peace. Mr. Bob Parchment, quite a character in West Bay. He is a jack of all trades of sorts, a good old soul. Mr. Ray Bush, who I used to call, is my cousin, Mr. Hooray, brother of former Premier, former Speaker, former Father of the House, McKeever Bush. It's a sad passing, but I think Mr. Hooray is in a better place. And one that hit a lot of us hard in West Bay because despite her advanced age, she went to so many activities, so many functions, saw her the week of her passing and didn't get a whiff that anything was wrong was Miss Alice Jackson. Every function you could think of, she was active civically. And I remember kissing her and saying, hey, cuz, it was at the South Sound Community Center for a Valentine's Day lunch. And it's a good thing, because I think Miss Julie Hunter was off island. And I had mentioned it to the member for West Bay Central, and I rushed down the hall for the member of West Bay North to say they were having this function at the South Sound Center. There's going to be plenty of West Bayers there. Let's take a moment to spend some time with our people. And just being able to have just taken that 5 minutes gave me some small comfort when by the next week, or within that week, Miss Alice had passed. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I know the others, I don't want to take up time, and my thoughts and prayers with all the others that will be mentioned. But thank you for giving us this time. May they all rest in peace, and God's light perpetually shine upon them.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to join with offering condolences to the families of all those who are going through these difficult times. It's never easy. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to join in once again offering condolences to our colleague, our comrade, Austin Harris, and to his family, and of course to the passing of his brother. We want to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Speaker, it's been a tough couple of weeks for the Washington Boulevard, otherwise known as Swamp Community. We had the tragic loss of a promising young man, Jamal Devontae Watson. His mother, Denitza, and his sister, Gemma, and all the friends and family, I would like to publicly offer my condolences to them. And, Mr. Speaker, 2 houses down from them, less than a week later, we lost Mr. Clifton McNeil Miles, known to us as Neely. Neely spent decades of service at the Department of Environmental Health, quietly going about his business, but he's the man that was responsible for rodent control. And so if there's somebody we want to be very thankful for, it was for Neely of all those years and the job that he did without complaining and sometimes often overlooked and by himself. But he went on. Unfortunately, Neely retired in November last year and passed quite suddenly. And so to his dear wife, Barbara, who was instrumental in my upbringing. She worked for my sister, who I lived with for the early years of my life. I offer my condolences to Christopher Cookie. He used to be a part of my football team, and all the kids, his sister, his daughter, Tiara, I send my condolences to them and the entire Washington Boulevard. Our hearts and thoughts are with the two families as the funerals are Saturday and Sunday, respectively. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can hear by the long list of persons being named here today, and it's especially difficult during this time of the year, from Christmas to Valentine's Day, and you know, it's been a tough couple of weeks as you go through the newspaper on a Friday or you go onto the websites. And so we know there are a lot of people out there that are missing their loved ones, that are feeling the pain of loss, and we offer our condolences, our thoughts, and our prayers with them all.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to add to my condolences on behalf of Georgetown Central, as well as on behalf of my family, to all persons listed thus far, as our sympathies go out for the families going through this very difficult time. But there is three names especially I want to bring up. First, starting with our colleague, Austin Harris. I was a part of that cohort that came into Parliament in 2017. So we shared some close times as learning the ropes of Parliament together. And my heart and prayers go out for the family, because I don't think it will ever get any easier missing him. The country has truly lost a great individual. Also, one of my constituents from the Georgetown Central area, particularly that of Tropical Gardens, and I think many of us in here would remember his kind soul, Mr. Herbert Martin. He was like an uncle to me when I was younger. As a single mother, my mother, whenever I would see her, she was close friends with him, and he always treated me as an uncle. I can remember him always saying, "See a little $5 here, make sure you be good in school and be well." And I know that he faced some illness for many, many years, so my heart and prayer goes out for his wife and his kids, his children. I know he's going to be missed. He's a very special individual, and I want to thank his family for his influence in my life as a young man. Lastly, someone that many of us may not know, but a person that came to the Cayman Islands, made Cayman his home from Jamaica, Rickson Sharp. He became a part of our family, married a Caymanian. Unfortunately, his wife passed away a couple of years ago, and now he's in heaven with her. But he made Cayman his own, had an opportunity to go back to Jamaica, and I remember how many times I talked to him about after his wife passed. He said, "Kenneth, Cayman is my home now, and I'm staying here. This is my new family, so they better bury me here." Hate to even rethink that conversation, but that's end up what happened, where he's now here home with us, and my thoughts and prayers go out to his family in Jamaica, but also his friends and family here, who is now missing him today. And again, I repeat, for all those who've lost a loved one, my heart and prayers and sympathy go out to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to mention the passing of some of our loved ones. They're all near and dear to us, to be discussed the names back and forth, but I want to make a note to Captain Paul Hurlston. He actually nominated me for Georgetown South, and the day before elections, he was taken into the hospital, never had a chance to vote for me. I realized I could have had one more, he could put to my name. Also, he was a great man when it came to the seafarers, and such a historical mind, you know, that you could go to him for anything about Cayman or what we went through in the past that was probably greater than Google. I also want to recognize Aunt Pauline Wood, Marion Wood, and her family as well. Also, a near and dear friend of mine, Noel Cayasso Smith, who also passed away just the end of last year. And I could not also not mention our dear colleague Austin Harris. He and I went to CCC together, and his mom is very near and dear to me as well, and just want to keep those members alive and keep them fresh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Joe Ebanks of Northside, well-known member of the district who will be missed by many. I want to extend a sincere condolences to his wife and his children, as well as the wider Ebanks family and all the loved ones. On behalf of the people of Northside, our thoughts and prayers are with the families during the difficult times. May they find comfort in the love and with their community and many memories they shared with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I extend two condolences to everyone that has been mentioned here today, but particularly to Austin's family. Austin was near and dear to all of us here on the opposition side of the Progressives, and his death came as a real shock to us in the sickness that he had. So we shall miss him dearly. But I also need to mention two people from my own constituency who passed away just about 2 weeks ago. One was Jerry Manderson, probably the one constituent that I had who I spent the most time with. But he was always calling, wanted to talk, always looking for assistance, and I spent many a day driving down to his home and meeting with him. He passed away about 10 days ago, I think it was. What was most unusual, Mr. Speaker, was that his partner, and I say partner because I don't know if he ever was married to her, but Miss Verlene is who I knew her as. She died 10 days before him. And I think from speaking to him, Jerry died a broken man. He told me he cried constantly the time I went to see him after her passing. And he could not talk without crying, remembering he was very, very, very grieved very hard with regard to her passing. Miss Verlene actually was an aunt to our own Perlina McGall-Lumsden. That was her aunt, her mom's sister that passed. So I want to remember those two as well as everyone else, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Minister of Culture.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to add condolences to those already mentioned, to the families of those already mentioned for their passing. But I also want to express my deepest condolences to the following persons from East End who's passed away, to their families: Mr. Eardley McFarlane, Mr. Thomas Rankin, and in particular to Ms. Greta Rankin. While all these people had their own attributes, Ms. Greta, and I must admit a family member of mine, she was one of the last stalwarts of trying to carry on our culture and our heritage, and it's sad that she's passed on, but we'll have to take the mantle and run with it somehow. And last, but by no means least, I want to acknowledge the passing of a dear friend of mine from many, many years, Mr. Herbie Martin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Georgetown Central.
Mr. Speaker, I do apologize, and I hope you give me grace here, but there was two individuals who passed in my constituency that I forgot to mention, and I would hate for the family to think that they were forgotten. Miss Elrita Seymour, who was a guiding angel within the Georgetown Central area, and I'm quite sure that probably everybody in this room, except from the little man from Cameron Brack, probably ate from her. But he probably did too. He never got in. That's why he didn't grow tall enough. honorable man. But in all seriousness, sir, when her passing shaked our community. I don't think she could ever be forgotten. She's a staple within central Georgetown, past the boundaries of the electoral line. I'm talking about all of Georgetown, the central heart of it. She made most of us by way of either caring, loving for, feeding, or just giving good advice. She was a strong woman. Interestingly enough, from the perspective of we're celebrating women now, she was one of those persons within our community where strong women went to her for advice. So I say to the family, we still continue to think about you, even though it's been almost a month and a half now, 2 months since the passing, that our thoughts and prayers are with you. The next one was someone, I think we may have done the obituary for it, but I refuse to leave it out just in case we didn't. Mr. Hank McField, who was also a stalwart within my constituency. As you know, the McField name is very strong, and Mr. Hank was like one of those great uncles that always there to support you, give the clothes off his back for you, worked really, really hard, disciplined, one job practically all of his life. The traditional Caymanian man, that's what I saw him as, and I was happy to say he was a supporter of mine. I kind of miss his advice, to be honest with you, trying to get through these times that we're facing as a country. And my thoughts and prayers go out for his wife, who I know misses him so much, his 2 daughters, and his extended brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, and all the cousins that everybody talks about who misses him so much. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Governor.
And
sorry. Thought you was
my apologies,
I thought
Mr.
you was
Speaker.
finished.
We also, another recognizable name and face that some of you may remember, Mr. Japheth McField. A staple, a person that you would know you in Georgetown when you saw him riding across the street and he bicycle with his Cayman thatch hat around him. And no matter how developed and how much buildings we put, the look of him in today's day was exactly the same way probably when in 1970 when he was a young boy riding a bicycle. And he always allowed me to remember that I'm a Caymanian when I saw him, and he's definitely going to be missed. On behalf of my family personally and on behalf of all the opposition members, all the Georgetown elected members, and every member in this parliament, again, our sympathies and prayers go out to all the McField family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Too many names, sir. I want to associate my condolences with all the names that have been mentioned here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, especially those connected to the civil service. Ms. Doris Reed, her granddaughter is my personal assistant, Ms. Tanisha Banks. Her mother is Tara Robinson, an outstanding civil servant. We are so saddened to hear of Mr. Solomon passing. His wife is one of my chief officers. Mr. Charlie, Mr. Neely, outstanding long-serving civil servant. Mr. Hank McField has 2 amazing daughters that are part of our civil service. Mr. Joe Banks, his sister-in-law, Ms. Teresa Echenique, is one of my chief officers. And my sister Paula informed me a little while ago that one of our family, Mr. Paul Lindo Banks from West Bay, has passed. I wasn't even aware of that, Mr. Speaker. I grew up knowing him as a sort of big brother. His sister Dawn Lee was like a sister to me, so offer condolences to the entire families. On behalf of all of us in the civil service, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague from Bordentown East, he had wanted to make sure we express our condolences to former Speaker and former Premier, Mr. Bush, on the passing of his brother. We both individually called him and give him our condolences, but we just wanted to enter those condolences for the record. Also, Mr. Speaker, my good friend, Austin, the member for Georgetown Central, remembered him, but as I get up here, I'm just remembering his son Alex, Miss Ingrid, Miss Ruby, his brother Rob, and feel there's a family again who just lost another relative in David Frederick. So I know that family's still in mourning. Cherry Parchment, Mr. Speaker, our 6 sons, Dwayne, Ernest, Nigel, Sean, Ian, and Roderick, and their wives, Wilma, Charlotte, Edion, and Abigail. I know the family is very close, and it was, really, it's good to see when a family can really live really good. I know the Honorable DG just mentioned Miss Tara Robinson lost this morning, and her grandmother was raised her practically, and I know her mother is also sick also, so I know Tara is definitely feeling it right now. Dennis Ames, Mr. Speaker, my mother reminded me, he was my best man at my father's wedding. And my mother reminded me that she's the last person left alive in our wedding party. So she definitely knows that, it's one of those situations. She's like, well, Chris, I'm next, because there's no one else left, so we kind of really feel at one. So for his wife, Miss Verline, and his son, Yuri, and his stepdaughter, Stephanie, condolences out to them. Alvin Davis, that some of you may have heard at Wellies or Fish Shack or Champion House, otherwise known as Fat Man sometimes, one of the best bakers you could ever met. He did my wedding cake, and I was really sorry to hear of his passing. And Miss Fraser from Northward, she was very close with my mother, and I know Mommy's feeling that one right now. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. John Bird, he passed away recently. He is also from the Northward community, and his wife of Cynthia for almost 26 years. And, he's related to the family, the Whitaker family also, and so forth. So I really kind of feel it for them at this time. And, Mr. Speaker, as I sit back and I listen to all the names that have been mentioned thus far, and I'm sure the others to come, it says something about us here in Cayman. It has always been about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for opening up the Parliament for us to recognize so many ordinary Caymanians who, in their total sum, made an extraordinary contribution to our islands and our development, and I left our fingerprints on it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and extend my condolences to everyone who have also lost someone and in pain. Thank you.
Member for Reed Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is certainly sad to sit here and listen to all the names, and I add my condolences to all those names that have been called already. And Mr. Speaker, I'll also join voice with those who mentioned our former colleague Austin Harris. And I know the Webb family, who are my constituents, Ms. Daly Webb, lost another family member recently, and they've lost several over the past several months and into last year. My thoughts are with them. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, I was ill for a while, probably about a 10-day period. I wasn't able to get to Kimmerbrack for my Uncle Henley Scott's funeral. And my thoughts and prayers, my heart goes out to Aunt Norma and all the family. And another BRAC connection, Mr. Speaker, Steve O'Connor, actually first cousin to my colleague, the member for Kimmerbrack East, also passed away at the Health City. I want to offer the family my deep, sincere condolences. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just being reminded, I shouldn't need reminding, to mention Ms. Phyllis Moxon, a long-time supporter of my party, long-time friend of my party. I couldn't run into her without her asking about Kurt or Aldin or McKeever and have those conversations with her. She was a wonderful, wonderful lady, and she certainly is missed. So condolences to the family of Ms. Phyllis. Thank you, sir.
Member for Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly would like to add my voice and adopt the offer of condolences to all of the families of the individuals mentioned here so far this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I would refer to Ms. Cherry Parchment. Other members have referred to her passing as well. Ms. Cherry was a wonderful lady, avid gardener, incredible cook, a storied life of being a restaurateur, and and she and her husband were trying to have a girl, and they ended up with 6 incredible young, strong Caymanian men who have gone on to be stalwarts in this community. Mr. Speaker, and I know their names have been read out already. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to specifically refer to Ms. Alice, who the Premier and others have referred to. Just a short time, I guess it's very similar circumstances to the Premier, just a short time before her passing, and I believe, ironically, it was at a funeral service. She was coming towards me, and I stopped and gave her a hug, and she said, "Wayne, darling, how you doing?" And she said, "Give J&J my love." And I actually forgot to tell my wife that until the morning that I found out that Miss Alice, or Aunt Alice, and all kinds of different references in the family, but it just reminded me that I really wished I had taken the time. And we all have been through these circumstances. Had we known, I was happy that circumstances allowed me to give her a hug, tell her I love her. But had we known, you would have spent that extra time. It's just the way life is. But whenever we can, let's spend the extra time with people that mean something to us, people that we love, even if you just know them, Her brother, I call him Uncle Stan, and he's my wife's uncle. Lovely people, fantastic people. So condolences to all of the families of those who have lost loved ones. I would join in specifically referring to Austin Harris's family as well, his mother, Miss Ruby, and his brother Rob in particular. But everyone, Mr. Speaker, who has lost loved ones. So again, I join with others in thanking you for the opportunity to do this.
No wish to speak. I'd invite all members to stand, and I would invite the member for Cayman East to offer a word of prayer for all the families of the persons mentioned, and then we will do a minute of silence to show respect. Let us pray.
Almighty God, we pause on this solemn occasion to first and foremost acknowledge who you are. You are our great God, Lord. You are a protector, you're a provider, you're a comforter, Lord, in times such as these, Lord. You've heard the many names, and perhaps they're names that through the space of time that we were not able to remember, or for other reasons, Lord, but we bring each and every one of our people, Lord. Many iconic Caymanians have passed on to their eternal reward. And like Paul of all said, unless we had a hope, Lord, for a better place to come, we would be like most men, all miserable. We pray that you would take your arms of grace and mercy and envelope those families today who are still grieving, Lord, some more fresh than others. But Lord, we know only time, only your divine application of your love is able to help in situations like this. And Lord, we pray that they would be able to look back into the reservoir of their memories, oh God, to find solace and peace and tranquility during these trying and dark times. And Lord, help them to realize that, yea, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, that we're to fear no evil because thou art with us. And the good times and the bad times, you're just a prayer away. Lord, we thank you for this honorable house making space and its very busy schedule, Lord, to pause and reflect and remember those who helped to build these beloved Cayman Islands, oh God, that their memories would not just go into oblivion, oh God, but that we would remember them, oh God, and build upon the great foundation that they provided for us, and that when our turn comes, that we too would pass the torch on to the next generation. Lord, we thank you, we praise you, we exalt you, because when we do so, men and women, boys and girls will be added unto you. Bless this great nation and each one that you've chosen to be here for such a time as this. And we pray that as we continue to go day in and day out, Lord, that we would be, even as Lord Donahue, always find someone to be our neighbor. That's everyone that we come in contact with. Show them love, show them compassion, generosity, and be your arms extended, Lord, and your love magnified. These mercies we favor us, we ask in Jesus' name with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. 1 minute of silence starting now. Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to do the first reading of the government bills, and then we will adjourn.
Raising of matters of privilege.
None.
Government business bills. First readings. Traffic Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Minister of Planning. Oh, okay, sorry. My, not, yeah. The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for a second reading.
Litter Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for a second reading.
Registered Land Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill is deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for a second reading. I think by agreement of the House, we are going to adjourn now and come back on Tuesday to finish it. But before I ask the Premier to do the adjournment, I just want to bring members fully up to speed to what's going to happen next. All members will come back and sit in their proper seats, regular seats. We will have the Master of Ceremonies will be up here. And the program, we have a program, an official program that is going to take place inside here. That'll be about an hour long. I'm not going to let all the secrets out, but you all have it before you, right? And then we are going to go outside for an hour of socializing and networking, and you have a great opportunity to talk to a lot of women who can give you advice on government bills and all that sort of stuff, because we've invited a lot of the movers and shakers and influences from the women's side of our society to this function this afternoon. So I really, really invite all members to stay back and enjoy what is going to unfold before us here this afternoon of historical. Also, in the meantime, we have invited the museum to put up a small display in the foyer of the women who have been involved. So take a time and go by and review our history and how the women have built the country, have helped to build the country that we enjoy today. I now invite the Premier to move the suspension of Standing Orders 1401 to allow the Parliament to meet at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March the 10th.
10th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Standing Order 14.1 be suspended to allow the House to resume on Tuesday, the 10th of March at 10 a.m. rather than 2 p.m.
The question is, the Standing Orders 14.1 be suspended to allow the House to reconvene at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March the 10th. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Standing Orders 1401 has been suspended. And I also need to remind you all that the reason that we're not meeting Monday is because of the Youth Parliament meeting. And we are therefore expect all of you to show up, at least for the opening ceremony, if you don't want to stay and listen to all the debate, but they have some very good topics, and it would be interesting, particularly for the ministries who may be connected directly to the motions that they bring in, to hear how these young people feel about it. The staff down here and some of the MPs have spent a lot of time from September training these parliamentarians on how Parliament functions, and I'm going to be here to observe them, so I'm sure I'll learn something too. So make sure that we all come back on Monday as well to support the Youth Parliament. 10 o'clock on Monday morning. Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Chairman for the Youth Parliament Committee, I am mindful that we also have the flag of the Commonwealth flag at 9:45. Commonwealth Day flag, raising of the flag. Youth Parliament is supposed to be starting at 10. So I ask us to be very sharp in our timing so we can get here. We do not want to send a wrong message for the young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now invite the Honourable Premier to move the adjournment of this Honourable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House do now adjourn until Tuesday, the 10th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this Honourable House now adjourn until Tuesday, 10 a.m., March the 10th. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.